Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. Welcome to the most watched show in the parallel universes, or something like that. I don't know.
Just say the multiverse. Just say the multiverse.
I know.
Greatest show in the multiverse.
You ruined it. The show's already ruined.
Just
I know. I was
delete
just
delete it and start it over.
Okay. I think nobody has seen it. I'm just gonna do this here. Okay. All right. What's up, everybody? Hey, David. What's up? How you doing?
Hey, yo, what's up?
Oh, good. Hello and welcome, everyone. So today we are going to have a very special show. And in this very special show, we're going to review something that happened about 2 days ago. And that is a debate between me and Daniel Haiqatjou. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You defeated Daniel Haiqatjou in an epic Pokemon battle.
Yeah, I haven't seen, so I'll just have to, but that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Did you just say Pokemon battle? That's nice.
David's here, even though he didn't really watch the whole debate, because that's the way he rolls.
Yeah, I watched AP's opening statement. I started watching Daniel's opening statement, and like a minute into his opening statement, I was like, I can't watch this right now. And anyway, I never got back to it.
Dude, yeah,
that makes sense. So, IP, what did you think of it?
I love the debate. Wow, was Daniel unprepared? There were so many times you just were like, "Hey, what's your source?" And he goes to his Twitter feed and he starts reading from the article, and it's very clear the article does not say what Daniel said about the article, and he did not read it. And you were very much aware of what the article said.
Yeah. And
he just kept walking into those traps. Like at one point, you're talking about the letter of Moses Maimonides. And he was like, but that's what they wrote to Moses Maimonides. And he's like, you're like, no, this is the words of Moses Maimonides. He was so clueless on what a lot of his own sources said. It was quite astonishing. And you could see that in the comments under the modern day debate section. You even have Muslims admitting that Daniel looked bad.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I said that as soon as I started watching Daniel, I was like, I can't watch this right now. It was specifically because his methodology has become clear over time. And I've mentioned this in the past, in that at first, when you're listening to Daniel Haiqatjou and he's, and this source and this study and this source and this study, and you haven't read those studies, you don't know what they say. You think he's representing them accurately. And it wasn't until his debate with you, IP, where he started citing things like the Catholic Encyclopedia and things like that, where he was citing stuff where I knew what he was talking about. I knew what the source said, right? And I'm sitting there going, whoa. He's confidently saying what the source says, and the source says the exact opposite of what he's saying. So what is this guy doing? Is he so stupid that he can't understand sources, or does he know what the source is saying? He's just lying about them. Which one is it? But that sort of set off the red flags. And once you realize that he's doing it, and then I see you calling him out for the same thing, but you're calling him out just like for the actual studies he cites. And you're like, this is not what this study's saying. He cites this study to prove this, and it's not what the study says at all. It's not even close to it. In fact, if he took this study seriously, it would destroy his position. And he does this over and over and over again. So when I start to watch the debate with him and AP, and it gets to his point, and the first thing he does is start going for sources that he's obviously, I mean, massively misrepresenting. And it's just, again, is he stupid, or is he just the biggest liar in the world? Either way, why do I want to hear this?
Something that like AP brought up that in the debate, because recently he posted a video, like it was a part of his live stream that I responded to, and other people responded to on Twitter, where he claimed that 3,000 IDF soldiers had been killed. And so AP brought it up in the debate, and the first thing Daniel said was, that may have been a graphic error. No, it wasn't. It literally came out of your mouth. You said on camera 3,000 IDF soldiers were killed, and then you put the source up. So sure, it could be a graphic error, but it's a graphic error based on what you said. Your editor was just going along with what you did. And
that's the thing. That instance, it just shows to me, like lots of people, including Muslims, have said before that Daniel Haiqatjou is a liar. He blatantly lies about things. Like I saw other Muslims call him out on that and say that he's a liar. he's shameless about it, and we caught that recently quite a few times. And when I brought that issue up, he lied. He clearly said he said, well, there might have been an editing mistake. It's not possible that that's an editing mistake. It was clearly you misinforming us about what the text says. I can in fact bring it up right here. I didn't do that during the debate, but I can do it right here.
Oh,
yeah,
I did a
this
whole
is
3-minute video on it.
Yeah, and this is by the way, this is the real problem that, you know, when we talk about Daniel and sources, his real methodology is not, hey, let me go through sources and figure out what these sources are saying. Let me make sure I understand them and then tell people about them. It's let me decide what I want to believe ahead of time. And then I'm going to like, just like, you know, put in a search for something that sort of confirms and not understand anything I'm reading and just, okay, searched it. Oh, here's like a little phrase I'm looking for. IDF says IDF 3,000. Aha, you see, and then he'll use that. And it's like he's not even like reading. He's not even trying to understand literally the sentence he's quoting. It's the same thing with Muhammad Hijab looking around for something and not even being able to grasp the actual meaning of the headline of the article he's quoting. And so this is their methodology, and you know, it works for a while. This stuff always works for a while, because again, if you're quoting a bunch of stuff, you could IP, you could quote to me an article right now if I have not read it and you said the article says this, I'm gonna say, okay, the article. Later on, when people start looking at it, then if it doesn't line up, then people start catching on. Anyway, where people are starting to catch on to all the Dawa guys, and notice this should be the most disturbing part. Who in the Dawa, who is a popular Da'i who doesn't do this, who doesn't just completely misrepresent everything he reads? Ali Dawa, we saw Ali Dawa talking about, and this guy, this sociologist, he'll determine that little kids and blah blah blah, and it was total nonsense.
Well, Ali Dawa can't read. That's kind of
Muhammad Hijab 100-1. It's his entire case. His entire case was him not being able to read a headline. Daniel, what has Daniel ever quoted accurately? I actually cannot think of anything Daniel has quoted in anything I've seen where he quoted it accurately. And this is this is Dawa. This is Dawa. And this is and notice who can we go to here? Sheikh Uthman. This is the guy. He also, Rebecca was 3 right there. It's right there in the Bible. And I don't know what to do, man. These guys.
Shake your booty is the only hope. Shake your booty. Go ahead.
The best part of the debate, though, David, which you got to get to, is towards the end of it, AP starts asking about the tunnels discovered in New York.
Whoa,
and Daniel just goes all in because he's not going to give any inch, and he just ends. And when he does that, he ends up looking like a fool. But in the debate, AP is like, "Hey, those tunnels was under the synagogue. You claim that Jews were using it for sex trafficking." And Daniel just goes, "Prove to me they weren't used for sex trafficking. Prove it."
So he says it. So he says it, and you have to prove it's not, right? So hang on. So following that reasoning, can we say, prove to me that Daniel doesn't use his house for sex trafficking? Prove to me that he doesn't.
Exactly. And
prove to me that Daniel isn't involved in the goat trafficking trade. Can we say that according to him? So we can just make stuff up. Daniel's a goat trafficker. Prove, unless you can prove that he's not. And how are you going to prove that? Weird stuff,
that was the worst moment. So, David, I'm not sure if you are familiar with the whole story of the tunnels, but it's basically that there was a dispute in one of the Jewish temples in New York City, where the students didn't want to wait for the approval to expand, so they started digging a tunnel against
tunnel.
Against the disagreement of their own, scholars, and those in charge started digging a tunnel. Those scholars noticed it, and they wanted to stop this. So they wanted to fill it with concrete. Eventually, they called for help to forcibly do this, but the students got into the way, so they called the police. Anyway, it turned into like this little issue, a little disagreement within, turned into a big issue and went viral. Of course, now because of the whole Israel-Hamas war and because there are Jews involved, this was immediately picked up by the Islamists and the neo-Nazis, who turned a completely unrelated thing into this giant conspiracy theory of like, the Jews are digging tunnels and trafficking children under New York City. And And then Haiqatjou made several posts about it where he said something like, I really believe that the Talmudic tunnels are used for child trafficking. They're trying to cover it up and things like that. So I confronted him on that. And I'll get to that now.
And by the way, notice like, oh, okay. Even if you hear the story, some Jews are digging a tunnel. Like, why would your mind jump to sex trafficking? Well, because Daniel is thinking, how would we use a tunnel? How would I use a tunnel? I would say, here's my mosque, and I'd dig a tunnel over to the nursery school, and then I would start smuggling those little kids out of there to be my child brides. And that's what he's thinking. So so the Jews must be doing the same thing.
Yeah. Look at this. Now here's me confronting him on that. No sound. Just a second.
The Mishnah Torah.
Which is why you made multiple tweets where you described these tunnels as Talmudic tunnels, which are actually...
Are they not Talmudic? Are they not Talmudic?
Which are a child trafficking...
Are they not Talmudic tunnels?
What are you talking about? You said
Talmudic.
Talmudic.
Can we call them Talmudic tunnels?
What in the world does it even mean?
Yeah. And I can already tell. I don't even know where you're going, but I can always tell. He always gets this nervous grin, and it's different from regular smile. He gets this nervous grin when he's something's not right.
Yeah. Let's see. Talmudic tunnels mean.
It means tunnels built according to the rules of the Talmud and Jewish law.
What are you talking about? Are there directions in the Talmud saying yes, you may build tunnels under this community to expand it against the wishes of their own religious leaders? What are you talking about? What Talmudic tunnels? Look, there's this right.
Here's a question for you.
There's a nervous chuckling. You see it right there. He's losing control of the situation because he's being pressed on something stupid that he said. And I don't get it. Like this guy should be smart enough not to just, tweet any kind of random garbage to say something or to just let out his hatred. And then, I mean, doesn't he think he will get confronted on the terrible, dumb stuff that he says? And this is how he looks at it.
That's the problem with what's going on in Dawa. And I've said this about Andrew Tate before, that once you have a community that will mindlessly agree with anything you say and cheer for you, it programs you to think you could get away with anything and you could just say anything. And so that's why, like, we're looking at Andrew Tate. One thing I've never done is sell drugs. And it's like, wait, we've seen the clips of you talking about selling drugs. What are you talking about? And we sit there and wonder, how can you say something? The case file is empty. All the women say I'm completely innocent. And then you look at we have access to the case. What the heck are you talking about? And it's like weird. It's like, it's boggling our mind. How are you saying something that would take us 4 seconds to expose as a lie? And that's just what it does. When you have a community of yes men, you think you can say whatever you want. And this is why Sheikh Uthman can fake a hate crime against himself and run around saying, oh yeah, the guy's in prison now, he's in prison. And it's a complete lie. He knows his own community will not hold him to account. And it's the same thing with Daniel. Once you've absorbed the idea, I can literally make up things all day long on Twitter and my community will cheer for me no matter what. That encourages you to think that you do not have to be honest or have any integrity whatsoever.
Alhamdulillah. Let's see what he says in response to that. IP, you're muted. IP, you're muted.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. What are you talking about? What Talmudic tunnels? You described it as
Talmudic. Hey, here's a question for you. Here's a question for you.
This is your credibility. This is what you want.
If you had to get rid of.
Look at this. He got nervous and he's changing the topic. I kind of thought that he brings up a response.
You got to go back to 221 and you'll get him saying, prove to me it doesn't. So this is actually a little bit past when you got him on.
Really?
It went on for a little bit because he just made some weird things. If you go 221 a little bit, it's where he starts to do that. You ask him about the trafficking stuff.
Against the authorities of their own religious school, built a tunnel to expand their temple. You interpreted that together with the neo-Nazis as a child trafficking ring to abduct children and abuse them sexually.
Proof? Do you have proof that wasn't used for child trafficking?
Wow. Did you hear that, David? Did you hear what that?
Beautiful.
This is the dumbest thing I have ever heard out of.
Repeat that. Look at his face, guys. Guys, that is the nervous grin of a liar who's being caught. and whose fans.
Do you have
but look at his face.
This is the worst, dumbest thing I have ever heard out of Daniel.
It is a textbook argument from ignorance. That is a textbook fallacy known as the argument from ignorance. It's like if somebody says, I believe in God because you can't prove he doesn't exist. That's not how logic works. You cannot argue from ignorance. He's assuming child trafficking and you have to prove a negative. It's a fallacy.
Can Daniel Haiqatjou prove that he is not sexually attracted to goats? Can he prove that his prophet, did not molest goats on a daily basis? Can he prove that? No. Well, until he can prove it, then we can only assume that it's 100% verified that Muhammad slept with goats on a daily basis.
Yes. Just like that, together with the neo-Nazis as a child trafficking ring to abduct children and abuse them sexually.
Proof? Do you have proof that wasn't used for child trafficking?
God, he's so bad.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Where is the?
So it is true.
Where's the peer-reviewed paper?
It is true because I don't have proof of the contrary.
That proves that it's not.
Where's the peer-reviewed paper? Where's the peer-reviewed paper that shows that Daniel's mosque is not used for molesting children?
I can't even believe this. It's like this guy is the one who brags about his degrees, about his education at Harvard. He says, I got a
it actually makes sense.
Degree from Tufts, but then here he does this. Like you could expect something like this from extremely uneducated, idiotic, dumb people who have never engaged in a debate, who don't know how logic works, who don't know how debates are conducted, who have never learned about fallacies. You could expect that from some people like that, but I never expected this from Daniel Haiqatjou.
But it makes sense. See, we're thinking Harvard. It's still in our minds. Oh, this greatest university in America and stuff. It's like the anti-Semite capital of the West right now. And so it actually makes perfect sense. Every time when Daniel was going to class, he was probably like, I didn't do my homework because the Jews bombed my house. And they're like, oh, you poor guy, we'll give you an A. He grew up watching Far 4 and then just rolled with it.
I mean, you got to remember, though, this is also the guy that denies the moon landing. So he went to Harvard to study physics, and he doesn't think the moon landing happened. What was he studying there?
It's one thing to deny the moon landing. Look, I will say, among all the conspiracy theories that are flying around, the moon landing is not the most unpopular one. But the extent to which he denies it and why he denies it is also interesting. He says that humans are incapable of leaving of going into outer space. So they would have never had the ability to reach the moon. So it's much more insane than the generic moon landing denial conspiracy theory. It is just so beyond insane. I don't know.
Hey, here's a question for you.
Look, now he changes the topic. He got very nervous about this issue because I keep pressing him. Then he changes the topic to something even dumber and makes another fallacy. And to be honest, I have to say I really loved my response to it.
Here's a question for you.
This is your credibility. This is what you want.
If you had to get rid of one religion, Christianity or Judaism,
Islam,
and you had to pick one,
did you say Islam?
Yes.
No, this was a good response you gave to him because he does this whole Christianity or Islam, and you just show the absurdity of his question. If you get rid of one of your parents, which would you get rid of? And most people would say neither.
Yeah, see the response here. Then.
Christianity, which would you get rid of?
Neither.
No, you have to pick one. Which one?
Nope, that's a false choice. I don't do that.
It's a hypothetical. I'm supposed to answer hypothetical questions.
Stupid questions.
You only get rid of one: Judaism or Christianity. Which one would you get rid of?
If you had to kill one of your parents,
which one?
Or your father,
which one would you get rid of?
No, burn. That was quick.
Why can't you answer that question?
Because it's a stupid question.
Well,
did you know that? If you had to kill one of your parents, which one would you kill, your father or your mother?
If I had to, then the mother gets priority, so the father would have to be killed. Yeah. So which I can.
He actually answered the question.
Let's just.
Daniel, if you had to molest a goat or a sheep, which would it be? Both. both, of course.
But wait for it.
Prove he would
Prove
not
to
enjoy
me
that.
that I wouldn't.
Prove he would not enjoy that.
Wait for it. I'm going to ask a follow-up question. Wait a minute.
You can answer hypothetical questions, can you?
Well,
if you had to get rid of one religion, Judaism or Christianity, which one?
Okay, if you had to rape one of your parents, your mother or your
No. Why can't you?
And now he doesn't want to do it.
All right,
well, the mother would get priority again. What part did you understand, AB?
Oh, I really thought I'm gonna just say if you had to kill one of your parents, he's not gonna answer it, and he actually answered it. So I had to make it even more absurd. You know? This guy, man.
Wow, this is the state of Dawa in 2024.
Yeah.
Go to.
Now I'm really curious what the answer is, though, because he thinks you have to answer these questions. So I'm really curious what he would say to this.
Prove you don't have to answer them.
It works.
Because
this is a
it's
false
okay.
dilemma.
We know that you can't alienate your Jewish donors, and you can't alienate your Christian donors.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you can't answer a simple question.
There
But
we have
everyone,
to go to
everyone
the
heard
conspiracy
you.
theory.
Everyone heard.
He has to then get to this. Like he failed throughout the entire debate to make his point and to stand by it. And then he has to, you're funded by Jews. Your Jews are donating to you. Jews are financing
Jews.
you. Wow. Man. The insanity.
When in doubt, just push a conspiracy. When in doubt, just push a conspiracy.
Yeah. And,
That's kind of what he did. He kept getting pushed into corners, and then he would just pivot to some conspiracy or a fallacy or just try to change the subject quickly with his nervous laugh. That was basically it.
Yeah,
I mean, following this reasoning, where you can just accuse, someone of whatever you want, and then prove to me that it's not true. Well, we could all conclude. I mean, if we want to delve into conspiracy theories, it is vastly more plausible that Daniel is actually being paid by Jews to completely embarrass the Ummah, that this is part of a bigger scheme. Like, okay, we have an actual war against Hamas, but we have to deal with the ideology. And to deal with the ideology, let's send in our agent Daniel Haiqatjou to completely embarrass Islam.
I mean, it worked. Look at the comments section. He likes to, whenever he has a debate, he loves to send in his trolls and then use the comment section to look.
That's why it was shocking. It was shocking to read this, just because it seemed like it doesn't matter what the actual outcome of the debate is. They're going to flood it. They're going to flood the comment section with, Daniel destroyed him. So the fact that they were not able to pull that off means it was way more one-sided than
I know. It's like
you would think.
I felt really good. Like halfway through the debate, I was like, wow, this is going amazing, man. Like much better than I expected it. But then the comments section is like killing him over and over and over again.
You did a good job. You did a good job keeping your cool. Like when Daniel debated Matt Dillahunty, he was able to get him like upset and emotional. And then you saw the famous clip of him getting up or walking to Daniel's table to say something, and
Daniel totally punked out. Daniel totally punked out and then got that same nervous grin on his face because he's going to challenge Matt. He's like, yeah, come over here and say that to my face and see what happens. And Matt says, okay. And I'll just sit here.
To be honest, I really worked on preparing for. I knew exactly what he was going to do, how he was going to act. So I prepared for that mentally very much and thought, like, I'm just gonna ignore anything, any attacks, any ad hominems, anything that he does. In fact, I had one plan, which is just to start at the very beginning, and I told both of you this before I went into the debate, to start by making a remark about how he is a well-known child marriage advocate. And the thing is, I have an ideal plan in my mind, right? My ideal plan in my mind was like, okay, ideally it will go like this. I will start my opening statement by thanking him as he is a well-known pedophilia and child marriage activist. Then later he will deny that, and then I will show the video, and he will be very embarrassed. But of course, it usually doesn't go exactly the way you think it goes. So I have to think how else to move forward. And it went exactly as I thought it would go. It could go. he walked right into it.
Yeah. And his reasoning for denying that was he said, well, no, it's not pedophilia because they're marrying the 4-year-old. So that's not pedophilia. Wait, do you not understand what pedophilia is? Everyone who's like every member of the pedophilia community that's somehow not locked up can just convert to Islam, marry a 4-year-old, and they go, well, he's not a pedophile anymore. That's his wife. What sort of insane backwards logic is that? For him to say he's not advocating for pedophilia, to say, no, it's okay because he's going to marry the 4-year-old.
Yeah. I had the video lined up. I mean, I even told you, right, Mike, David.
It's not molesting a goat. It's not molesting a goat if you marry the goat.
Look, that was. I think after this part, when I showed the video, I think he was completely thrown off, and it went downhill from here on for him. He lost all his confidence. That's ridiculous, and I'm proud of that.
That clip from my debate with him, he's never going to live that down. He tried to make excuses for it in his debate with Dillhunty. He tried to make excuses for it here. That's going to haunt him for a long time, and people are going to keep bringing that up, and they should until he either goes away permanently or he comes out and says, you know what, I was wrong, pedophilia is bad. So he's got two options, but he's not going to do neither of them. He's going to keep doubling down and pretending he did nothing wrong because he'd rather look stupid than weak at the end of the day.
Hey, look at this new member, the Jew in the Haiqatjou.
Oh my God.
Welcome to the club.
Prove to me Haiqatjou is not a secret Jew. Prove to me.
This is not a fruitful conversation.
We'll give you a chance to ask your question now, AP, of Daniel.
Okay. So Daniel gave a long speech here, and he included something at the very end. And I want to ask him about that because he seems to be very sure, and he seems to be presenting to the audience this idea that I misrepresented him. Daniel, do you accept for me to play a brief video of you saying that it's okay for men to marry little children?
People know the clip.
Are you okay with it or not?
We can play it, yeah.
Okay. His ego is so problematic. He can't even say no. He has to do it because he knows how it will look. All right. I'll play the video now. Since you said that I misrepresented you, I will share the sound of it and play it right here. So you said this is garbage, I misrepresented you.
When there are signs of physical maturity, it becomes permissible for the husband in Islamic law to have marital relationships or consummate the relation with his bride. And this is the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
You know what precocious puberty is?
Starting puberty unusually early.
Is there anything in Islam that prevents you from a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
You can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I
said.
What
about age 4?
If there are signs
3.
So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because
I have a study that shows it goes as early as 11 months.
Well, that's something that the parents would not. See, the thing about Islamic marriage.
You might have heard a chuckling there. That is, I could see him on Zoom. Still, he was getting very nervous, and at the point he was like, like there was no reason to laugh at all.
Did I say that?
Despite showing the video, he will deny in a minute what he says here in the video again. Look.
Is that parents are involved at these ages, and when you look at the marriage.
There you have it.
All right, so can I respond to your misrepresentation?
You respond to yourself? You played a video clip of him.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you a chance to condemn the rape of a 3-year-old and killing the 3-year-old after. You didn't have a condemnation for that. So your moral compass is not really a standard here. So if you have yeah, you did because you said that I support pedophilia. I support marriage, like every other religion, like every other culture within history. Yeah, laugh it up, but we're laughing.
I see two APs laughing.
We're laughing at
weird. But they're facing opposite directions. It's cool. They're like mirror images.
He really said, I say, so I didn't misrepresent you. He said, yeah, you did, because you said I support pedophilia, but I support marriage. So
I don't support pedophilia. I support pedo marriage.
he really said, I don't support attraction to children. I support marrying children.
I don't support attraction to children. I support marrying children and having sex with them.
And then he says, we are laughing at you. Like, he has no self-awareness, seriously.
But how can it be rape if there's parental consent, AP?
And then my favorite part is that he tries to say that that he responded to me in his later live streams on the whole really young precocious puberty thing part. And I responded in one live stream, and then AP and I responded in another live stream. He never addresses that study. Like he does, like we went through his secret doctor's responses. He didn't address half the studies I brought up. He just tried to respond to this idea. No, guys, it's okay because if you marry someone under 15, they're not going to die. It's okay. It's not gonna, that's the only part of the debate they tried to address. They didn't address the mental aspects of it. They didn't address the all the abusive aspects of it. They didn't address the precocious puberty aspects of it. So it's just wrong what he was claiming there.
Yeah. First jizya for today said the Jew in Haiqatjou. AP, you demolished the that funny head guy Daniel Choo. You absolutely buried him. Good job, my friend. Just for that part, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, I like that funny comment. I like that funny hat comment. And that you can make a joke. You could say, "What's the difference between Daniel Haiqatjou and Adolf Hitler? One has a funny mustache. The other has a funny hat." That's it. That's good, right?
It is. It's pretty good. Yeah, you could work on it to make it better, David.
I can. I got to tighten it up.
Yeah.
It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. It's just that was the first draft.
I believe it will get better. So
okay.
Part 2. I would like to invite you for a beer if you are around the East Coast. P.S. Do you communicate with members or fans on Twitter? I'd love to chat. We are working on something. I announced it yesterday. I went live for members on the channel with my wife, and we're working on creating a Discord community and something like that. Otherwise, I'm bad at communicating with people in general. Everybody knows this.
Yeah,
he's horrible. Yeah.
Worst ever.
Jasperson said timelessness is next to go godliness. Yeah, I agree. The Jew in Haiqatjou said AP's timing is like Daniel's truth. Very, very off. That's a good compliment.
No, it should be AP's timing is like Daniel's moral compass.
Oh,
very, very off.
Yeah, very off. Did you ever get in touch with the she was 9 years old guy? No, I couldn't get in touch. Never happened. I tried, but it never happened. I still asked for anyone to actually forward me proper information of that guy. I really want to talk to him because the guy has balls. VFA1222 made a super chat. Thank you so much. And Truth Seeker said, thank you for being here. Thank you. And Farfour said you was more intellectual. You was more intellectual, molested than Aisha was physically, yeah. And we're proud of that. Yeah, thank you very much.
We're proud of that.
Okay, all right, let's see.
Like every other religion, like every other culture within history, yeah, laugh it up. But we're laughing at you, Apis. We're laughing at the fact that I read you about raping 3-year-olds and killing them, and you couldn't condemn that, right? So when you have marriage tied to puberty, you can give these ridiculous scenarios like, oh, what if a 11th month old has puberty, or what if the embryo in the womb has puberty, like Googling philosophy was talking about? Like, that's ridiculous. In every culture,
Googling philosophy.
Still calls me.
Wait.
Googling philosophy still.
Wait, that's hilarious. Wait, IP, who reads all the sources that Daniel Googles and doesn't read, IP's the Google philosopher?
Yes.
Somebody made a super chat in the Q&A section much later and was like, said something like IP reads more than everyone combined or something like that. And he then said as a remark, yeah, Googling philosophy is going to be the next Maimonides or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't even get that. What does he mean by that? Like, I'm going to be another like great legal scholar, like of the ages. Like, is that what he's trying to say? Thanks, Daniel. I'm like, what's your point?
I don't know. I have to say something. Look, when I was preparing for this debate, I was confident that he is going to that I am doing my best, and he will look bad and he will get things wrong, because I made lots of notes of him just misrepresenting things, lying about things, and so on. Still, I know that the guy is not a horrible debater. And I did say, I said to my wife at home, I can't underestimate this guy. I'm gonna go into it not expecting like to humiliate him or whatever it is. So I took it very seriously, but I went into the debate, and I must say, he was probably the worst that I've experienced him, and he made it so easy for me. He was so weak. He walked into every single trap that I built for him.
Was he trembling?
He completely lost the plot. I don't know what it is, but I don't know why in the world he agreed to this debate at all.
Was he stuttering?
It wasn't even that I was like fantastic. It's just that he was horrible, and everything that I did worked.
He was overconfident. He was really overconfident. I think he thought you'd have an anxiety attack. He could get you. He likes to throw people off by making them emotional. Like what he did with the debate with Matt Dillhunt. He got Matt emotional, and then he takes clips from that he can use later. And so,
same thing when it was with Rashid and Robert Spencer. He starts accusing Robert Spencer of being a racist and stuff, and it's like, oh, come on, dude.
Yeah, it might have been an overconfidence thing. He kept bringing up my anxiety during the debate as well, and I just shook it off and didn't even take it seriously. I guess he was counting on making me nervous or something, and it didn't work.
The funny part about that is it just made him look like a dick when he did that.
Yes,
it didn't make him look like good. It just made him look like a total jerk.
Yeah,
so like for him to even bring that up after making horrible arguments prior to that, and not even knowing what his own sources said, and then trying to argue from ignorance, like for him to then start trying to attack your anxiety, made him look desperate. Like he was out of arguments. This is all he could come up with, is just try to attack your anxiety.
And notice how standard this has become, right? I mean, Muhammad Hijab gets on a huge platform with Rabbi Shmuley, and what's he go? Oh, your daughter, oh, she has a sex shop and sells dildos. What about lubricants? And it's like the entire thing was just, how can I throw this guy off? And you start to think, what is it with these guys who go into every discussion and it's not, how can I make great points that will really change people's minds, and how can I respond accurately and fairly to my opponent's points? It's like, oh, how can I go in there and throw him off so that he can't make his points? And my goodness, what is this religion, man?
Yeah.
He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop.
It's like, so once you recognize that's what they're doing, it's easy to just get past it and talk about the points, and then they just look bad. So their whole strategy now is just to make you emotional and throw you off. And if you can just ignore that, they look horrible. They just look like they're just jerks at the end of the day.
And Daniel is trembling more than his child bride, third wife on her wedding night.
I have to say, I can make a little praise for myself here. I guess I never do it, but I really managed to stay composed and to be completely unbothered by whatever he says, and just to turn things around and mock him instead. And he didn't take it well. That was harsh.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that comment that the atheist did a better job defending Judaism than a Muslim defending his own religion. Wow.
And I didn't even debate, and I didn't really defend Judaism. I said to everyone that I talked to about my plan that I have no intention in debating Jewish scripture with him, in defending the Talmud and going into his whole stuff, because I know he's going to cherry pick. I don't want to spend time and waste time on that. My aim is to redirect the conversation into exposing Islam, talking about the conflict and exposing him. And guess what? I successfully did it. He actually allowed me to do it so easily because he was an idiot during the whole debate. So, yeah.
Well, at one point, you actually said, hey, well, you want to talk about the history of Palestine and Israel. Why don't we set up another debate? And Daniel deflected and backed away from that, and he didn't say yes. So the debate, another debate is still on the table if Daniel wants to accept it. but he didn't. So he's obviously too scared to have another debate, I guess.
Yeah, I must
Using his
say,
own argument.
He's trembling.
I have to say, if he challenged me to another debate, I would probably not accept it and say, "Hey, we already did a debate. It's right there.
Well, that's
Go
what
watch it."
You see,
I mean.
he's
That's
running.
what he's been.
He's running.
That's what he said to you for years, and that's the same thing I'd
Look.
say to him too. I mean, you had your chance. You didn't do well.
Look. Now that he heard AP, he's going to be like, I challenge AP to a debate. Oh no, he's not accepting. You see.
But the thing is, the first time that he got in touch with me is the first time we interacted was when he got in touch with me because of something that I said about him, and I was as kind and charitable as I could be to him. I was like that to all of these guys. He used that in the worst possible way, and just was horribly dirty to me for years.
Yeah.
The second time that I cornered him into a debate, I was still charitable to him. He was still a complete dick. So I decided, you know what? I secured this debate. I'm going to be as dirty to this guy as I can be, and that's what happened. And I don't feel sorry in the slightest. I feel very happy about this. He got his own medicine, and he's done.
We're talking about a guy that once mocked girls in Afghanistan, crying that they couldn't go to school. I mean, we're not talking about the nicest person here, so I don't have any sympathy for him.
Yeah. Look at this comment here. He destroyed himself in the very first minutes. Several comments are here saying the same thing. Why was the Muslim giggling and smiling when the other guy was discussing about innocent people being killed? Somebody else points out.
Prove to me that Daniel wasn't masturbating when AP was saying this. Prove to me. Prove it. You can't. Then it must be true.
I started on the side of Daniel after watching I Now Believe AP Has Won This Debate and so on.
Wow,
I can never guarantee that any of these comments are completely genuine, but they are there. And if these comments were, if the situation was different, if this was a comment against me, no matter what it said, they would use the hell out of it. So,
yeah, for sure.
It'd be all over Twitter.
Yeah.
And Daniel is the king of doing specifically that. Another thing was like Daniel smiling when AP was giving his October 7 Remembrance speech. What a horrible, disgusting individual, honestly. Like, this is the first impression that he gave people. It was the first minutes, man. The guy has no ounce of decency.
Yeah, he's sitting there like, good times, man. Good times.
10536. I'm going to get back to where we were here, Michael, so you can talk about the whole pedophilia thing further. I quickly want to have a look at the beginning here. Okay.
Go for it.
Just to see that part. Just to see that part. All right, let's go.
We're starting right now with AP's opening statement. AP, the floor is all yours.
Hello, everybody. Hello, James. First, I want to start with remembering that on October 7, Hamas, the terrorist organization known as the Islamic Resistance Movement, by their own name, attacked Israeli civilians and killed over 1,200 people, mostly civilians. 100 days have passed over that. By now, there are still hostages, including babies, kept as we are speaking. So I want to show solidarity, remembrance, and also hope, and express that the.
Look,
you see that?
Yeah, and one, he's smiling, but two, notice you never see his left hand.
That's a good point.
Stop it.
I'm just saying.
You can't prove he wasn't masturbating at the end of the day. I mean, so it must have been happening.
Matter of fact, I'm going to make it. You should make it a rule. You're like, Daniel, if we have another debate, and I start talking about October 7th, you have to stand like this the entire time. You have to sit like this the entire time.
Deal.
Man. Okay. the hostages are freed as soon as possible, and that Hamas is destroyed as soon as possible. I mean, in what kind of world does any reasonable person think, oh, you know what? Right now, when he's talking about people getting killed and taken hostage and still in captivity, I'm gonna smile. I'm gonna look amused. Like, how in the world does he think?
Well, later in the debate, I forget where, but he was like, those babies are safer with Hamas.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, would you rather prefer babies under IDF or under Hamas?" Like, are you kidding me, man?
That's how delusional he is.
That's why I sometimes speculate, David, that this guy has a personality disorder. But you disagree with me on that, right? Or an antisocial personality?
No,
because I've never encountered a person so comfortable saying such horrible things.
I told you dissocial psychopathy. It's someone who's not born with it. It's someone who adopts it because it's adaptive in a particular community. Like someone joining a gang will soon act like a total psychopath because that's what's adaptive in that environment.
Alhamdulillah.
So, in other words, his religion did this to him over time.
Yeah,
his religion and his religion and his fans condition him to become what he is, the beautiful bastion of pedophilic tendencies that we see today.
And I'm sure he's proud of that. Yeah.
We're proud of that.
Yeah. I want to start with thanking. I just want to quickly show this part because I think it was very nice. James for hosting this. And I also want to start my opponent. I also want to thank my opponent, Daniel Haiqatjou, who happens to be a very prominent advocate of pedophilia, and also look at his face. Also a Muslim apologist.
It's not pedophilia; it's pedo marriage. Get it right, AP. Come on.
Some might say, why are you throwing that in? Isn't that kind of poisoning the well? But I have to say, it's not every time that you get to speak to somebody who says that a man might marry or can marry and have sex with a girl that is 7 years old, 6, 5, 4, 3, or possibly even, under the circumstances, 11 months old. Anyway. He already got very nervous here, and
I'm impressed that he didn't say anything, but on the inside he was like
oh, Daniel, you've been played with terribly, and you walked right into it. Good job.
Raping 3-year-olds and killing them, and you couldn't condemn that, right? So when you have marriage tied to puberty, you can give these ridiculous scenarios like, oh, what if a 11th month old has puberty, or what if the embryo in the womb has puberty, like, you know, Googling philosophy was talking about. Like, that's ridiculous. In every culture, you have when girls and boys, they reach puberty, which can happen as young as 8 or 9 years old, then marriage is going to be considered.
That's
wait.
Is that what happened?
Wait, just to be clear, this is a debate. Which religion caused the Israel-Palestine war? And you actually baited him into defending pedophilia in the middle of the debate for anyone. Because keep in mind, I'm assuming the idea is there are people who are going to jump into this discussion based on the topic and the fact that it's a Muslim and an atheist, and people who have no idea who this is. And they're watching this and I'm interested in seeing what points he's. Wait a minute, this guy's defending boning little kids? What the heck?
Yep, that's exactly what I would never do this to anybody else, but I planned it. I planned to plant a trick to deceive him into defending pedophilia in front of an audience that is not even here for such a discussion, that is completely unfamiliar, that comes for a completely unrelated debate, that comes for this in front of them, him defending that. That's exactly what I planned because of the way he has been for years. And well, Daniel, you are a complete idiot. You are a terrible person, but also a complete idiot. You fell right into it. Good job. It did work.
He's
Didn't
going
it?
to spend a lot of years trying to defend that clip from my debate with him, because it's quite damning. It's quite damning, and he may not want to admit it, but that's going to haunt him for a long time.
Yep. But so hey, let's be clear on this. Daniel debated you, Mike, and he fell right into your trap.
Yeah.
And then AP uses the clip of him falling into your trap, and Daniel falls right into that trap. Like, oh, whoops, what am I doing in here? Oh, let me get out of here. Oh, I know I fell into another one.
And this is the thing. After this part, I think after this part, this just threw him off. There was no getting back. There was no getting back for him. He completely lost the plot from this point on, which is why the rest of the debate was just me just bashing him and
what
putting him into a
happened
corner.
was what happened was it was supposed to be James was going to moderate. Like, you ask him a question, he responds, and he asks you a question, and this threw him off. And it's quite clear because he deviated from that plan. You just kept asking him questions about sources, and then like maybe 30 minutes or 20 minutes later, he goes, "Wait, I should get to ask a question too." But he was so thrown off by that you just got to keep asking him questions and revealing that he didn't read his own sources that he'd been posting on Twitter. So it just threw him off. You're absolutely right. It did.
Yeah, it did. It was a fantastic.
He's like a dumb mouse, and the dumb mouse goes and gets stuck to a glue trap, and then he's trying to drag. He gets his legs off the edge, and he's trying to run away from the glue trap, and walks right into a snap trap. And I don't know what the.
I think it's just an ego problem. The guy is so arrogant and has such an ego issue that when you call him out on something, he can't let it go. He has to justify, he has to defend himself, he has to get back at you. And this huge ego problem is what makes him fall into these traps.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And he's absolutely lying here. This idea that cultures around the world before Westerners, that everyone was marrying their children that when they hit puberty is just utter nonsense. I debunked time and time again. I mean, as I decided Kim Phillips' book, Medieval Maidens, that there were kings, like the King of Aragorn, who married his daughter off and stipulated that, you can't consummate the marriage until she's past the age of 16. We see other kings doing the same thing, but for 18. We see experts at the time, like Giles of Rome, saying you should probably wait till 18. So his idea that, yes, the moment any child ever hit puberty in history, they were just set off to be married and consummated that marriage. Just utter nonsense. That's not accurate. Boys in particular were waiting even longer.
And so a couple things there. One, Islam doesn't require you to reach puberty. You can have sex with prepubescent girls.
Yes.
And what was the other thing? I forgot. It'll come back to me.
Hey, T.I. said AP is a better deceiver than Allah.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh,
in the current secular world, there's plenty of sex that 8 and 9 and 10-year-olds are having. You have no problem.
What kind of a world is this guy living in where there are all these 8, 9, 10-year-olds having sex out there?
Oh, yeah. The other thing. Remember what I was about to say. I was about to say his reasoning is the same as Rosie from Rosie's Corner, where he's like, oh, but if the age is this right now, and in the 1700s it was this, then it must have been like 4 and 5 back then. And it's like, no, it's not, Daniel. But yeah, he has this mindset that up until the spread of modern liberalism, everyone was banging 5-year-olds back in the day.
Right now, it sounds like he's living in a bunker, sheltered from the outside world, because he's like, outside there are lots of bad things happening. I have to protect my family. Outside there are babies, there are children having sex everywhere. What are you talking about, man?
Like, they're trying very hard to get it down to age 9 so that Muhammad looks normal, and everyone knows it wasn't normal. Even if you go back to the ancient Jews in Palestine, they were marrying girls late teens, early 20s. Boys or men were not even married until they hit around 30. The earliest I can find is the Jews in Babylon would marry girls around 12 to 14. And so they're the exception. In the Roman world, they're actually marrying much later. But even at that age, the Babylonian Jews, they were still far better than Muhammad, who consummated marriage with a 9-year-old. So, you can't find a culture where they were like, oh yeah, it's normal just to have these 9-year-olds. What, like, it's utter nonsense. So even with the earliest ages they can find, it's nowhere near what Muhammad was doing.
Yeah, I have to correct you. It's actually pronounced Babylon. So just so you know. Yeah.
Baby what?
Yeah, it's right there. Hey, it's right there in the title. It's right there in the title of the city. Duh. By the way, I saw along those lines. I saw someone posted a comment after we did the live stream on Rosie. I think someone posted it on her. I forget where. I think it was in the comments on her channel, not on my channel. But someone went over there and was like, "Look, you know, I come from a village in the middle of nowhere in Africa, and we would all find what you're saying right now very, very creepy." And so, I mean, yeah, these guys just have a really warped view. But notice it lines up with everything else Daniel does. It's not, hey, let me go to history and get an accurate picture of what's going on. It's let me find a way to just cherry pick all of history and conclude that everyone was basically a pedophile back in the day, and therefore it's no problem for Muhammad.
Yeah, makes sense.
Problem, Apus, with 8 and 9-year-olds having sex.
Whoa! Did he just call you Apus?
I have no problem with that.
Yes, and guess what I did? Guess what I did, David?
Well, I'm literally on the verge of ripping up the Quran right now for him. For him insulting.
I solved the problem. I solved the problem. I took care of it.
Okay.
He suddenly switched from calling me that to calling me Apostate Prophet, AP, or Ridvan, because I gave him one warning.
And he stopped calling me Googling philosophy. Later in the debate, he calls me inspiring philosophy. So it really put him in his place. He shut down immediately.
I gave him only one warning. What do you think it was?
I'm not joking. I literally had my hand on the Quran. Right? I literally had my hand on the Quran. I was about to start ripping it up.
David, I gave him one warning. I brought it up. I gave him one warning. What do you think I told him? Which made him stop calling me names.
That you're going to refer to Muhammad as a child molesting, murdering rapist for the rest of the debate. Something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. I said, just so you know, if you keep doing that, I'm fine with it, but I'll just refer to Muhammad as a child molester. And then he stopped, and he's called me AP from then on.
That's funny. That happened in my in one of my recent debates. It was 2 Quran only Muslims, and the guy goes, "You're an idiot," and I go, "Oh, your prophet's a child molesting, murdering rapist." And he's like, "Whoa! I take it back. I take it back. But guys, notice, because this is an important point, and this ties into a lot of what else goes on in the world right now. That the West is just, for a long time, has been obsessed with being nice about people's religious beliefs and nice about Islam. And these guys use it to their advantage. Hey, we can toss insults towards everything, and they're gonna take it. When people don't realize, guys, if you flip that back on their prophet, like for even a second, they back down. Like we don't want to do. No, sorry, we didn't want to do this. And so you can actually modify their behavior to stop some of what they're doing. And people are just, no, don't do that. You'll hurt their feeling. You're supposed to be hurting their feeling. If someone is I get to heap abuse and insults on people and get away with it, they probably need their feelings hurt, so they learn some better behavior.
You know what's funny? I have to credit David here. I actually I was preparing for this debate, and David, you and I were talking a few nights before this, and as I was making my notes, I wasn't including these things at all. But you said something like, if he calls your names, you should say Muhammad was a child molesting, murdering prophet, or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to make a note of that. And it worked just as you predicted it. Look here it is. I'll show you this page.
It's going really well for you, Apus. You didn't address any of the claims of Judaism. You didn't condemn Judaism. It's very interesting that you have all these critiques of Islam, but when I talk about Jewish law, you have nothing to say. It's actually looking very good for you.
That's very good. By the way, I want to say one thing.
Yeah, very good. Okay.
They called me Apus, which is an insult. Which is an insult that was created by
you call me a pedophile.
One of your dear friends.
Pedophile advocate. That's what you're calling me, right?
Because you are.
Is that insult? Is that insult?
No, it's a fact.
Boom.
Oh man! Wow!
I'm okay with you insulting me, but I have to say, if you continue insulting me, I will also refer to Muhammad as a child molester. Is that okay with you?
Do you see my screen now?
Dead
Okay,
silence.
I just asked you a question.
Do you see my screen or no?
Yes, we
I
can.
do. He didn't answer my question, but he stopped saying it after this point.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this guy. It worked. It worked. This is how weak they are.
Yeah,
They
but this was
keep-
one of those points where he pulls up that source and he admits he even got it wrong. He's like, all right, you got me on a technicality here. Like, no, you just lied about what President Biden said. You know, like, but this was a lot of happening in the debate is you're just going through his sources and showing he didn't actually read them because he doesn't read his sources. He cited in my debate with him, he cited a study from Bruce Ryan that concludes with the idea that yes, girls should not be having sex at young ages because it leads to horrible experiences for them. And that's the study he cited to argue that child marriage was fine. Like, wow.
But prove that from the title alone, which is all he read.
Look at this.
He read the
Look how
abstract
bad he
too.
looks.
Right.
Look how bad he looks here. You will see him research in real time something that he clearly didn't bother
Right.
reading. And the thing is, he then accuses me of playing semantics. Semantics are what really matter here because you are making the claim. You just made the claim that even Joe Biden spread the lie that there were 40 beheaded babies. I said no, he did not. Show me where. And he says, well, eventually, children, babies. What's the difference? Stop playing semantics. So semantics matter, you dumb idiot, because you made the very specific claim that he spread this very specific conspiracy theory or this very specific issue. But right there, we see that he actually didn't. So even if he said something horrible, even if he said something bad, even if it was inaccurate, he did not do what you just told us he did. So he doesn't get it right here. Right here.
Looking very good for you.
That's very good. Clarify one thing. I will also refer to Muhammad as a child molester. Is that okay with you?
Do you see my screen now?
Is that okay with you? I just asked you a question.
Do you see my screen or no?
Answer the question. Stop running and
well,
answer the question. Why are you trembling?
You see this? White House
Voice
walks
letter.
back and claim he saw children beheaded by Hamas.
Okay.
U.S. president spokesperson say comments were based on news reports and claims of Israeli officials. So let me get on my screen because now I have to set up a screen share on this as well.
Folks, in the meantime, I want to let you know you can find both of our guests linked in the description. And also want to let you know that poll at the top of the chat has over 2,000 votes now. That's what is at the cause of the Israel-Palestine war. And the choices are Islam, Judaism, neither or both. We're going to close that shortly.
It was 52% Islam, by the way.
With that, I'll kick it back over to you, Dave.
Okay,
Fantastic.
so do you see this? What do you have to say about this? This is a report.
Okay, where do you have Joe Biden?
White House
saying-
claims Biden saw photos of terrorists beheading children. In Israel-Hamas war.
You just claimed Joe Biden also said.
So how are you going to work this out? How are you going to work this out? I want.
Are you scared of me asking you the actual question, Daniel? You just claimed that Joe Biden himself said that there are beheaded babies. Where can you tell me where he said that, please?
White House NBC News. White House clarifies Biden's claim he saw photos of terrorists beheading children. So not only did he see.
Can you believe this guy's a Harvard graduate?
Yeah, well, he never said he
Yes. Look, you're saying we need to change our view of Daniel Haiqatjou because we think of him as smart. No, we need to change our view of Harvard and what it means to be a graduate of Harvard. You can be, as long as you hate Jews, you can be dumb as a brick and not understand anything you're reading.
Not only did he see pictures of beheaded babies, he actually claimed to see Hamas beheading babies.
Okay, he said beheading children. You just said Joe Biden talked about beheaded babies or spread the same story about beheaded babies. Can you show us where he said that?
It was 40 beheaded babies.
Let me find.
President Joe Biden painted a vivid picture of the horrors of the Israeli-Hamas war in remarks to Jewish community leaders.
We know you can read. We know you can read, Daniel.
Later had to clarify his claims. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. Biden said in broader remarks about his administration's support for Israel amid its war with Hamas and efforts to free American hostages. The White House did not immediately respond to requests for further details.
He's just reading the whole report now, the whole article, instead of just showing me where he said that.
Daniel claimed that Biden said he saw there were 40 beheaded babies. So he pulls up an article where Biden walks back claims about beheaded children without a specified number. So he clearly has no idea what he's talking about, and his own source doesn't confirm his actual claim.
Yeah.
Liar! You're a liar!
Yeah.
Daniel's so dumb. He heard there were cookies in his computer and went and got a crowbar. Sorry, I couldn't help
it. Maybe he doesn't know the difference between babies and children. He has an issue with the whole thing anyway.
What's the difference? They're all potential brides. Woman, teenager, little girl, toddler, baby. What's the difference?
It's from Israel about beheaded children and cited several media reports of beheadings. NBC News has not confirmed those reports. IDF spokesperson Doran Spielman told NBC News that specific report and that number I can't confirm.
He's so stupid. He's even reading here in the article right now that IDF spokesperson says, I can't confirm that specific report and number. Later, he goes on to argue again, as he did before, that this was an IDF propaganda point.
And a spokesperson
great. Okay.
Netanyahu said Wednesday that toddlers and babies were found in Kfar Aza, a kibbutz in southern Israel, with their heads decapitated after Hamas's attack over the weekend.
But where are the 40 babies? And where did Joe Biden say that he said that he saw babies?
Beheaded children? So your entire rebuttal to this is that no, he said children. He didn't say babies.
Okay, so here is a thing. Let's say Joe Biden makes a statement. This guy is, I don't know what to say. This is how he.
Isn't that weird? He's saying no difference, right? So notice, according to Daniel, I mean, he has agreed you can marry a child. So therefore, we can say he has agreed you can marry. Well, we know he agrees you can marry a baby. He would have at least some rules. As depraved as he is, he would still have some rules about when you can consummate the marriage. But Daniel clearly believes you can have sex with a child. Therefore, following his reasoning that there's no difference between a child and a baby, therefore, we can run around right now saying Daniel says you can have sex with a baby because there's no difference between children and babies, according to him.
I got responses from Muslims. So like some were like, oh, are you stupid? So you think just because it doesn't say babies, it says children, you think that's okay? So you think killing children is okay? Are you people retarded? I'm sorry to say this, but this is the audience that he works for. You know, that's the low standard. Or they don't even know what's going on.
No, they don't.
Man, that is.
Well, I mean, you know, the student is not above his teacher, right? And if the teacher can't understand, if the teacher doesn't understand anything he's talking about and can't read a source, what do you think of his students?
Well, that's what I said in my recent reply to him. I'm like, thank you, Daniel, for teaching Muslims how to research. You know, it makes our job easier because his fans say some of the dumbest stuff I've ever heard. As I told David before, like, I mean, Muslim apologetics is probably one of the dumbest things I've ever encountered. It's so bad.
It's pretty bad.
Yep. So that is wrong, and we can criticize him for that, and many did, and I did too, by the way.
Not at the time. So, after the fact, when it was debunked, it's easy to say that. Oh, well.
So hold on. So apparently Daniel doesn't realize that what you're supposed to do is wait for something to be debunked, and then you criticize him. But you were supposed, according to Daniel, you were supposed to criticize it before it was debunked.
Yeah, before it.
Yeah. So how dare you not have psychic powers, AP?
Yeah, this is the same guy who Jews dug a tunnel? It's for sex trafficking. That's his level of waiting for the appropriate amount of information to come in. But so it's weird that
he did to say Go ahead.
He does it all the time. Anytime there's any news, he jumps on the most insane conspiracy theory. But notice that, guys, that's just the sort of thing that happened. It's like after every terrorist attack, you'll see numbers start coming in and news about the report and stuff. And guess what? A day or two later, it changes, and a few days later after that, it changes. And then people read the manifesto or whatever and look into the back, and then more information comes in, and the story changes. That's just part of what it means to be breaking news.
Yeah, he did the very same thing toward the end of this debate in the Q&A section. No, actually, in his closing speech, he brought up this whole accusation that is online about how Israel is sterilizing Ethiopian Jews, because there are articles that say something like that. The actual story, if you follow the story, the actual story is that eventually it gets researched and analyzed and assessed to see if that is actually happening, and it turns out it's not happening. There was a misunderstanding, which affected only one person, I believe. And the sterilization they're talking about was just a 3-month birth control issue, which the patient didn't fully understand. Something along those lines, I don't know. But so he argues that I say you are still spreading this dumb conspiracy theory, which has been debunked a long time ago. And I say there has been an assessment after that, because the news report came out, and the assessment came to the conclusion that it was false and it was blown out of proportion. You know what his response to that was? He was like, "Oh yeah, oh of course, that's damage control, because it was such a huge thing because everyone became aware of it. That's why they debunked it. That's why they tried to debunk it. You idiot, you dumbass, you idiot." Information comes out, an assessment comes out. The assessment concludes, "Oh no, it's false." And this guy's like, how did they conclude it's false? They did that because they don't want to accept it, because it came out, because everyone knows it now. Dude.
If Daniel comes out after this and assures us he was not masturbating during the debate, that'll just be damage control.
Yeah,
just damage control.
Damage control. By the way, notice what he's saying. So, so news is breaking out of Israel. And we hear things. We hear what was going on, and we talk about and discuss them. And then, of course, more information, more details come out afterwards and stuff. And we can say this was wrong or that was wrong. And according to him, this shows you guys are all wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're evil and deceptive and so on. Notice, I mean, Daniel will say this is in the Catholic Encyclopedia, and it's not. The Catholic Encyclopedia says the opposite. Daniel can say, "Oh, this is in this article," and it's not there. And the article says the opposite. And so notice, if we actually were to take what he's saying seriously, this is not some breaking news and more details are coming in. This is like stuff that's been around for many, many years that he claims to have researched and claims to have studied, and he completely misrepresents every single thing he quotes. And we're always supposed to take him seriously. And yet he somehow understands, hey, it's important to get your facts right. But this all goes back to what the real methodology is. The real methodology in Islam is not get your facts right. The real methodology in Islam is, if it supports what I want to claim, then it's right. And if it doesn't support what I claim, then it's a lie. And so I don't know what to do here, man. So he ends up with these double standards. You should be completely correct in what you're saying here and not get anything wrong, even if it's breaking news. But me, I can literally be wrong about everything I ever quote, and you should just completely trust me no matter what I say.
Proof it's not true.
It is a metaphysical matter.
Yeah. Granted here, Daniel, you're lying here by omission.
No, I'm not lying.
Joe Biden, you said that Joe Biden confirmed the story of 40 beheaded babies. He said beheaded babies. Yet in the article we just read, right in front of us, it says that he saw confirmed pictures of children beheaded. So what is it now? Is it 40 beheaded babies, or is it children beheaded? Which one is it now, Daniel? Because if you want to take one false statement or one ambiguous statement and say, look at that laughter. Why are you laughing?
He's nervous.
Look, he made a mistake. Therefore, he agreed to this. That's not how it works. That's not how anything works.
Yeah, you're right. You got me. I said,
yes, I did.
I said baby.
Busted. He
really,
said, Daniel Haiqatjou admits AP destroyed me.
Yes, you got me. Yes, you got. Yeah, I did get you, man.
I mean, he's doing his nervous laugh here, but I mean, like, he prides himself in being that Muslim that knows all the sources and know what all the things say. And here it's clear he doesn't. Like, so that is bothering him. And that again is you see throughout the debate, he was thrown off. He wasn't coming at you hard like he wanted to.
Yeah, he got destroyed.
Children. Yeah,
Yes,
it was
yes, I
great.
did.
Really,
Yes, I did.
really
I did.
big own
I
there.
did.
It was
Thank
a
you for
gotcha
that.
moment.
Thank
You
for
gotta
the
love that. You got look. He's got that. It's the he's Daniel Haiqatjou. Haiqatjou.
chuckle. He looks like a giant baby, doesn't he? It's like kind of cute, actually. I don't know.
Don't. He'll turn himself on.
You further claimed that the IDF, that most of the civilians that died in Israel, this part is even worse, man. Were killed by the IDF, didn't you?
I said there are some reports that a lot of the ones who are killed in Israel were killed by the IDF.
This is, by the way, not what he said in his opening statement. Because I thought, okay, maybe I misunderstood it. So I went back to his opening statement later after the debate. He clearly and explicitly says that it turned out most of those who were killed were military, and most of them were killed by the IDF. He made that very clear assertion in his opening speech. That's what he clearly said. Now he's right here in the open dialogue section. He's suddenly twisting it and changing it up and softening it.
Wait, so he can't even quote himself accurately?
Yeah.
Wow.
Or he doesn't want to because he's suddenly nervous and doesn't trust himself anymore. We're killed by the IDF, didn't you?
I said there are some reports that a lot of the ones who are killed in Israel were killed by...
I should just be I should be very thoroughly demonstrating how terrible this guy is. Where are we? 121, 121, 19. All right. Now, let's do this. Let's do this right now, right? Let's do this right now. Let me go into the transcript here. Military. Let's look for military. She raping, perpetrated the Israeli military. There's all two Talmudic teachings. Has not been proven. Let's see.
About genocide and the religious roots of genocide. The attacks of October 7th, this is a military operation. It has not been proven that most of those who were killed on October 7th or who died on October 7th were civilians. In fact, indications are that most of them were part of the IDF as either soldiers or reservists. And furthermore, it seems that
they shot themselves.
Were actually killed by Israel itself.
Look, that part.
Wait.
To be fair, he says indications are, okay?
No, I'm saying you're saying that earlier he said that most of the people killed were killed by IDF, and here he said most of the victims were IDF. So that was, according to him.
No. He does the rest too now. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is this position that is basically October 7th was the IDF killing themselves?
Yes.
Wow.
It is the IDF killing the IDF. Genius. Look at this. Look at what he's saying here, and now compare it to what he's going to say later on.
Of the IDF, civilians, in fact, indications are that most of them were part of the IDF as either soldiers or reservists. And furthermore, it seems that most of them were actually killed by Israel itself. You have now eyewitnesses and even members of the Israeli.
Hear that statement one more time.
And furthermore, it seems that most of them were actually killed by Israel itself.
It seems most of them were actually killed by Israel themselves. That's his statement. And now let me go back to where we just were, where I asked him and he explained what he said. We have all heard what he just said. This guy.
Hey, AP, you should make some shorter videos where you break some of this stuff down. Just make a short video. Here's Daniel saying that these people were killed by Israel, and here most of the victims are IDF. So most of what happened on October 7th was Israel killed a bunch of IDF. A bunch of IDF guys shot themselves.
I said there are some reports that a lot of the ones who are killed in Israel were killed by the IDF. You want me to pull up those reports?
I'm pretty sure you said mostly killed by the IDF.
Let's pull up the sources.
Look, he can't even remember what he said. He's trying to soften his claim here.
Oh yeah. He started to walk back on this a little bit.
Yeah,
Being
he's
confronted on it
walking back
because-
right there in real time because he just says things without any backup, without any proper source. He just says whatever he wants to say. This is what he does. This is just a clear demonstration of how little credibility this guy has. David, did you want to say something?
I was going to ask, did you say soften?
Yes, I did.
Okay. That's like saying bombing.
Well, that's what real men do.
Soften. Soften. The T is silent.
Mostly killed by the IDF.
Let's pull up the sources.
Do you not stand by that now, or what?
Yeah, let's pull up the sources so I can
Can you
quote
tell us?
exactly.
Can you tell us which source that is?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it. Hold on.
This is going to be electronic intifada.
No, it's gonna be moment.
It's news.
I heard
Hey,
about
you-
this. That's funny.
I said, "Is it going to be electronic intifada?" And I laughed.
This I heard about.
Yes, I am. Does it say that?
Great.
Most
Is that
civilians
Hamas
were-
source too?
No.
Is
Does
that
it say
Hamas source or not?
No. Does it say most civilians
Okay,
were killed by IDF?
Let's open the source
Okay.
and read it.
Okay. Go ahead. Because it is beyond reasonable doubt proven that the civilians were not mostly killed by IDF, and it is also not proven that many people were killed by the IDF. In fact, you presented a whole narrative here that it now shows that at the rave, the IDF came in with helicopters and killed people, and there are witness accounts. Daniel, can you name one witness, or can you name one source which says that they saw the IDF come in and shoot at people at the rave from helicopters? I'm pressing. Do you see how he's losing?
Yeah.
He lost the whole thing. He lost control of the situation entirely. It's so,
you can see
so
him. You can see him panicking as he frantically is searching for a source here.
Yeah.
And he can't find it.
Yeah, he can't even, he's so thrown off right now. He can't even do his fake nervous grin and so on.
Yeah. And he's just letting me control the situation and push him around here. Like, this is how pathetic he got.
Just no problem, Daniel. Just I'll take your time, find your little source.
And I'm making good use of it. You want every single one of these claims because all of this is a lie, and you do this every single time. Every debate that you go into, you make these baseless claims.
There we go. There's that grin. There's that nervous grin.
Yeah, we're seeing the evidence. We're seeing the evidence right now.
Look now. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, show us.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yep.
You see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't. Yeah, show us your screen, but not
We'll
your.
find an article.
Daniel.
Mhm.
We can go to it. It says Israel ordered all combat units on October 7th.
He's reading the tweet by this guy, Asa Winstonley. Now, remember how I said, what is the source? Is it electronic intifada? Like, here's this guy. It says right here in his bio, investigative journalist at Intifada, which is electronic intifada.
Wow. Hey, look, Daniel Haiqatjou's fourth.
Oh, that's why he likes going to this guy's page.
Oh, look. Oh, yes. I just go there to read the articles, guys, not to stare at this picture. That's right.
But hey, does this mean I'm a true prophet? It means I'm a true prophet, right?
It sure does.
I predicted this. IP, do you have to go?
Hey, I gotta check out. Yeah.
How dare you?
Good.
Yeah.
You're weakling.
I gotta-
You're finished.
So,
You're
yeah.
scared.
Terribly scared.
You're
Thanks
finished
for having
already.
me.
Look at me. You know you're done.
Yeah. Okay.
Excellent debate. Excellent victory over Daniel. It was thoroughly enjoyable to watch. All right.
Thank you, IP. I want to have you back again to review some more stuff of this. But yeah, have fun.
Oh yeah,
See you.
just schedule it with me. We'll get it done.
Inshallah. Okay. See you.
To stop Palestinian fighters from returning to Gaza with captives at all costs. Quote.
Don't read the
Why
tweet,
not?
read the
This
article.
was an order to use the Hannibal procedure, although without clearly mentioning this explicit name. About 70 vehicles were shot by a combat helicopter, an anti-tank missile, or a tank, and at least in some cases, everyone in the vehicle was
don't read the
killed.
tweet, read the
It is not
article.
clear. Dude, you're such an idiot. Here's the article. Like, the article is misrepresenting. You see this?
Did he just call you an idiot?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Daniel. That's a page of the Quran, I'm afraid. No way around it. Can't be helped. Can't be helped. No calling AP names. Stop it. Just stop it.
Now he tries to read the Ynet article, and Ynet is actually an Israeli news source. He tries to, but he is just looking at a screenshot of it and trying to tell me what's actually happening here.
Show us where the article.
And at this point, I'm just bullying him, David. To be very honest,
It's where it says that it is
this is
that there's
screenshot.
evidence
Hold on.
that is proven. There are witness accounts that the IDF helicopters went in and destroyed the or killed people. Go ahead, show us. Come on.
Yeah.
This is just like when you cite a research paper and you only read us what a summary by somebody says about it, whereas the content of it doesn't say anything like that at all. You're doing a fantastic job right now, by the way. Great track record.
Him searching for this stuff right now, trying to find. It reminds me of it just reminded me of when I was my first debate with Kenny Bomer when it was on Muhammad's marriage with Aisha, and I cited like probably 25 or 30 references from the hadith saying that she was 9 years old, and he was saying she wasn't. I go, well, can you give me one? He's like, and he goes, well, you got the sources saying she was much older. I say, can you give me one? He's going, well, I mean, can you give me one? Well, you're being no. Can you give me one? Is it unreasonable to ask for one? And he's obviously searching for one, but doesn't actually have one. But that's what Daniel just reminded me of.
Yeah, that's what he is. Man.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it.
Ynet article with Google Translate. Let's see what it says.
You know Hebrew? You want to read the Hebrew?
No. Let's go ahead and see what it says. You never really read this, did you?
You're totally bullying him. This is what was going on in this debate. AP bullying Daniel Haiqatjou for 4.5 hours.
I couldn't resist.
Come on, Daniel, read it. Come on, read it. You can read, can't you? Come on, let's see it, big boy.
I couldn't resist. I had to do this. Yeah, Carfer says yes. That's what's happening here.
You never really read this, did you?
On the morning of October 7th, several impressive
read anything?
terrorism and sacrifice were reported in the history of the country, but also a long series of failures, malfunctions, and chaos in the army. The 7 days investigation that will be published tomorrow outlines the first hours of Black Sabbath, a command system that failed almost completely and was completely blinded.
This is the pathetic situation that this guy is actually in, that he cannot give me proper sources for anything he claimed. He has to open in real time. In real time, he has to find sources and can't even find them, and has to read the article for us to find that what he said is actually true. This is how pathetic this guy's level of research is.
I just find it fascinating that they named their command system after Ozzy Osbourne's band, Black Sabbath. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And they've got their song. They've got their song Iron Man, and they probably rolled with it, got Iron Dome from that.
Yeah, they did.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
They listen to classic rock over there.
Due to lack of communication, had to direct aid from the air using the cell phone. Marines who brought fighters into battle with weapons without intentions or ceramic vests. Old and unadapted orders that are pasted by copy, paste, and sent to the field. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, we know you can read, Daniel. Where's the part that says what you say?
Come on, Daniel. Come on, you made a big claim. Show us, where is it? Where is the evidence?
Hey,
one of the revelations.
AP's manhandling.
And he's just letting me do it. I don't even understand.
Where is the evidence?
One of the revelations revealed. Just hold on, clown. One of the revelations revealed in the investigation is that at midnight on October 7th, the IDF ordered all of its combat units in practice to use the Hannibal procedure. Although without clearly mentioning this explicit name, the order was to stop at all costs, quote, any attempt by Hamas terrorists to return to Gaza. That is despite the fear that some of them have abductees. It is It is estimated that
I'm going to read the entire article.
Infiltrators were killed in the area between the.
Is this how you present your evidences, David?
Yeah, I make the claim, and then when I'm challenged on it, then I do a quick search and I'll just read it. I'll just read an entire article and hope that I find something that agrees with me. By the way, you know what this you know what this reminded me of? It's weird how just random stuff pops into my head based on stuff. But this reminded me of on my kids' high school wrestling team. They had a state champion. He's the best in the state. They had a state champion, but he's also a jerk, like a total jerk. He's not a nice state champion. He's a jerk state champion, and he would just mess with people, just like he'd do a takedown, slam them on the ground, then stand back up and let them back up, and then slam them on the ground again, then stand back up, and then wait until the time's almost out, and then just pin the crap out of them. But it's kind of like what you're doing to Daniel here, man. Just like shoving him down, shoving him down, shoving him down.
Yeah. This is funny, man. This is very, very funny.
Top settlements in the Gaza Strip. It's not clear at this time how many abductees were killed due to the activation of this command. So they're not clear on how many abductees. And this is like a month after. This article is from what date?
This guy doesn't even understand what he's reading. He has no idea what's going on. The article, what is being described here, at this point, he's making his conclusions already, as if he just presented the evidence without even finding any evidence for what I asked him. What this is talking about is that there were indeed difficult situations where IDF helicopters did go out as things were happening and did fire at vehicles that are driving, seemingly driven by Hamas out of Israel into Gaza, or back and forth. And the IDF comes in and begins shooting at them because there is a massive Hamas presence. Things are getting badly out of control. Thousands of Hamas people are inside Israel. And they have one command: shut it down before it escalates even further, before we lose control. So they fire at vehicles, and in some of those vehicles, there might be abductees because they took hostages. And they have to make difficult decisions. Okay, we have to shoot this at this car. We don't know if there's an abductee inside or not, but we have to do it right now. That's what this is talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. So wait, to be clear, because again, I haven't seen the debate. He was claiming that most of the people who were killed in the October 7th massacres were killed by the IDF. And then you're asking him for evidence. Show us that. And then he pulls up this, reads, spends 3 hours reading an entire article live on the air. Yeah. And then what he's got here that he thinks is supporting him, it says it is estimated that about 1,000 terrorists and infiltrators were killed in the area between the OTAF settlements and the Gaza Strip. It is not clear at this time how many of the abductees were killed. So these are people who may have been in the vehicles because they were taken captive, were killed due to the activation of this command. So the command is exactly as you just said. Hey, we've got a bunch of terrorists in these vehicles, shoot them. But they had been abducting people, so they had some hostages with them, and so in attacking these vehicles, some hostages may have been killed.
Yes, exactly.
And then he's like thumping his chest. You see, it's so clear when this has absolutely nothing to do with the claim that he made.
Exactly. Apparently, it is too complicated for him. He can't understand what is being presented here. He uses this, which has nothing to do with what he said, as evidence that the IDF killed most of the people who died on October 7th. Man. This is the kind of, I just don't get it. Sometimes I want to sit down and I don't know, build a stage and have all the fans of Daniel Haiqatjou and show them, guys, look, this is the claim he makes. This is the article he uses right now because I asked him for evidence. He never had evidence. This is the article that he uses, but the article actually doesn't say that at all. But he pretends it does, which means there is no credibility behind this claim, and this is only one of many examples, but they don't get it.
No, and by the way, I mean this is a huge problem. I've been sitting with the Dawa guys, and they'll say something, and I'll say, let's go to the source, and they will sit there and say that the source is saying the exact opposite of what it's saying, and their followers are gathered around just nodding. Great point. I'm like, look, that's the opposite of what Ibn Kathir is saying. That's the opposite. How are you not getting this? No, the Dawa guy's right. It's creepy. So the Dawa guys, their methodology is say absolutely anything, no matter how false it is, if it helps support our position, and say absolutely anything, even if it's no matter how false it is, to attack the opponent's position. That's what the Dawa guys do. And then their fans are trained mindlessly agree with whatever the Dawa guy says, and whatever his opponent says, just mindlessly disagree with it. Under no circumstances do you actually think carefully about anything anyone is saying. Just mindlessly nod and agree with your guy.
Exactly. Alhamdulillah.
Powerful
this is a
religion.
demonstration that these guys are fools, unreliable fools.
We're killed due to the activation of this command.
I mean, I would have suspected that Daniel is actually smart, and he has a way of showing us that of avoiding shows that he doesn't know. He can manipulate the audiences and all of that, but no, he's dumb enough to actually sit down here and be manhandled by me and demonstrate to all of us that he has no idea what he's talking about. And
Yeah,
this guy is hero.
this is straight up like manhandling someone, like tossing them around like you're nothing.
I know. It's kind of rude, isn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
hard.
AP is a bully. So you're a bully at heart. So your days as a Muslim and as a German did have a big impact on you.
Well, I did bully a bully for once, and you know what?
We're proud of that.
Yeah.
Command. So they're not clear on how many abductees. And this is like a month after. This article is from.
That's what's happening. This is evidence.
October.
That was the question, because that was the claim.
It's talking about October 7th. So it's not
Oh, wait, it gets even worse, I think. Wait a minute.
potential terrorists and Israeli captives indiscriminately. That's the Hannibal directive.
Okay.
You want us to look that up as well?
Can you show us where in this article it mentions that this was at the Nova Festival?
Hang on, let me search. Searching.
Do you hear him chuckling nervously?
Searching.
What is there to laugh? Like, why are you laughing, Daniel?
It's talking about October 7th.
I'm sorry. I giggle every time I hear October 7th.
I asked him where does it say this is at the Nova Festival? He's like, it's talking about October 7th. Yeah, we know. We have established that. Thank you. Question, because that was the claim.
It's talking about October 7th, so it's not limited to the Nova Festival.
Where does it mention the Nova Festival? That was your claim.
No, I said on October 7th.
You said Nova Festival.
It's not just
I said
I said the Nova Festival and the kibbutzim. Do you know what kibbutz is?
Yes, I actually do know.
Okay.
This is also funny. He's talking about the kibbutzim. So kibbutz, for those who don't know, are civilian residential communities in Israel, which are a specific system in Israel. It's a very interesting history. They have these settlements within Israel that are established in a very systematic way. Like some of those that were attacked were actually communities where lots of like veterans lived. They are armed. They have safe rooms, ways to in case of emergency, defend themselves and hide and so on. It's like it's a very interesting, strict community system that they have, but it is residential. It is residential, but since they are living close to Gaza, for example, they learn to defend themselves against sudden invasions and things like that. It is a civilian community. The funny thing is that Daniel Haiqatjou, in his opening or his rebuttal, said that October 7 was a military operation against military targets. Yet he is right here now talking about the kibbutzim, where Hamas was present. If it was a military operation against military targets, what was Hamas doing at the residential communities, at the civilian communities? What were they doing there?
They were trying to protect the Jews from the IDF.
Man, it's so dumb.
You know, well, that I mentioned both of them, didn't I? And I didn't say that this source is saying only the Nova Festival.
So you do not. So you don't agree.
Your line of question.
So you don't agree.
I've established everything that you asked me to establish.
Daniel.
So
do you know what this article is?
Do
Do you know what
Yeah,
this article
we read
is?
it. We read it clearly.
The article is talking
Yeah, we
about
read it.
vehicles that
What a
passed the
dope.
border and went into the Gaza Strip.
Yeah,
It
they
is
were
talking.
yeah, that's
it is
where
talking about.
where the conflict was.
Gentlemen.
That's where the casualties
It
supposedly
is talking
happened on
about
the border. Yeah.
shooting. It's
Yeah,
talking
on
about
the border.
shooting
Where
at
do you think?
Hold on one
vehicles
second.
Where do you
which
think
Hold on.
crossed
Okay.
the
Hold on one
border
second.
massive
One
to
second.
prevent them
Just to
from
be
coming
sure,
back.
gentlemen.
You
I
have no
appreciate
idea what you're
your-
reading.
Yeah,
The article even says to prevent them from coming back. That's what the article even says right there. And he's presenting this as evidence that the IDF killed people, killed Israelis inside Israel, for example, at the Nova Music Festival. We have videos of dead bodies, huge amounts of dead bodies at the Nova Music Festival. And he gives this as evidence for that. This is how unreliable this guy is, man.
Yeah, guys, I don't want anyone to miss the point of what's going on here because there may be some Daniel followers watching who are a bit slow here. So Daniel's claiming that most of the people who were killed by Israel. Israel's going around killing its own people to make Hamas look bad and to justify the war. And so AP says, okay, where are you getting that from? Daniel just starts reading an article, and there's a part in the article which says that as Hamas is leaving and so on, the IDF is firing on Hamas vehicles, but those Hamas vehicles contain some hostages and so on. And therefore, some hostages are actually killed by the IDF. And Daniel takes this as what are you talking about? I just gave you the proof. I gave you the proof and his claim was that Israel is killing tons of people. This is a big stage thing by Israel, killing tons of people, killing people at the music festival to make Hamas look bad. So it's all a big conspiracy and so on. And then as evidence, look, it says right here that Israel fired on some vehicles, on some Hamas vehicles, and some hostages may have been killed. And that's his proof. That's in his mind, that's proof.
Look, we have Daniel fan here, right here. He doesn't get it. Where was this? Where's this? He said Mansour Ahmed says Daniel is right. And he made another comment, says so Daniel is right here. Mansour Ahmed says so Daniel is right.
Guys, this is a perfect example of the follower, right? Daniel makes a claim. He quotes something that he pretends shows that the claim is true when what he's showing has nothing to do with the claim. It proves absolutely nothing he's saying, but he says that it proves it. And then you see one of his dumb followers. Oh, you see, it's the proof. Why? Because he said it's the proof. We don't see the connection here. But he says it's the proof. My goodness, what is this?
Now, Mansour Ahmed,
this is your brain on Dawa, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me try to explain this differently. Oh, here's paint. Okay, I normally don't use this, but I want to make it as simple as possible. So here's Daniel. Like, this is Daniel, and Daniel claims that during the October 7 attacks, like all the people that died here, these people died, right?
Mm-hmm.
These people died here. They were killed by the IDF. By IDF, right? Now he's presenting an article as evidence for us. The article says that the IDF was attacking vehicles that Hamas was driving way over here. And there's, by the way, a huge distance between these 2 points. Huge distance. IDF is here firing at vehicles over here. This is a vehicle. It has it goes like this. And it goes so it's driving here like very fast. And it's driving over there.
Yeah, and that vehicle has terrorists in it.
Yeah, there are terrorists in here.
Mm-hmm.
Terrorists, okay? TER here stands for terrorists, just so you know. But some of these vehicles, because the terrorists abducted hostages, might also have hostages.
In the trunk, right?
Hostages. Some of these might have hostages in them. However, So when this car is like, boom, 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 there are lots of them, like hundreds, thousands. They're like,
and they've been killing lots of people. So you want to stop those vehicles from killing any more people. So you want to shoot those vehicles.
Yes. So they're killing, like, they're like boom, 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 boom. Lots of people, they die. And some of the people they put in the car, and the people are like, no. And they take them as hostages, like, let's get out of here. And the IDF is like, no, we can't allow this. This is very bad. And meanwhile, there are Hamas terrorists fighting inside here, killing these people. Over here, there are terrorists killing these people. IDF is fighting.
In fact, the reason for shooting the vroom vrooms is because Hamas is killing bunches of people, right? Hamas is killing tons of people, and they want to stop. The IDF wants to stop Hamas from killing all those people, and so they say, "Oh, where are the Hamas guys now? Oh, they're in the vroom vrooms. Let's shoot the vroom vrooms to make sure they stop killing people." And then, when you shoot the vroom vrooms, some of those vroom vrooms had hostages in there. And then, so what the article that Daniel quoted as proof that Israel was the one who's killing all the people at the, the festival and so on, he quotes the article that says IDF was shooting the vroom vrooms.
Yes.
And in the process of shooting the vroom vrooms, may have killed some of the hostages.
You already lost, Mansour. There's too many words, David. Too many words.
Notice people are saying we're going way too fast for a Daniel Haiqatjou fan. Isn't this funny?
Yeah. So Mansour, Hamas killing people over here, IDF fighting with those people, Hamas killing people, IDF also fighting with vroom vrooms here and saying, oh, they're killing people. We must shoot vroom vroom. But some vroom vrooms might have hostages in them. But we have no choice. There are some difficult decisions. We have to stop the vroom vroom, or things will get really badly out of control here. So they shoot some of the vroom vrooms, although some of them might have hostages inside them. So hostage then go in the vroom vrooms. That's what the article says. But Daniel says, you see, this proves that everybody was killed by IDF.
And Mansour Ahmed, do you know why Daniel will quote an article that doesn't say anything close to the point he's trying to defend? And he'll act like the article proved his point. Do you know why he does that? Because he knows his followers are as dumb as you. That's why he does it. And we already said this. We talked about this earlier in the show. It's having a bunch of followers who will agree with you, no matter how stupid what you're saying is. That convinces you that you don't have to be careful anymore. You could just make stuff up all day, every day. Your community will never hold you accountable because your community is too stupid. And here you are. No, he's right. Daniel, right. Whatever him say is right. Him so smart. Him smart than you. And so you're proving our case. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mansour, if you understand this, type da. If you don't understand it, type goo. Just so we know. Okay, thank you. All right. So that's what's happening here. Notice said I was gonna give full jizya of $20, but you were so late that it's only $19.99. I hope you learn your lesson. You think I'm going to learn my lesson? No, I'm not going to learn my lesson. But thank you, Notice. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to make some special streams on my only members. The goody man said, wait till you hear Daniel say having sex with a 3-year-old isn't rape if she is your wife. David, oops, spoilers. Wait, where was that part? There was just too much, man. Grace174 said what I always think when I hear of Maimonides. Stop. Don't say that. VFA.
Never.
VFA said the Apostate Prophet is never late nor never early.
Never.
He always arrives precisely when he means to. That's right.
He's right on time. Every time.
I think Mansour's brain overheated. There's no sign of him left. Oh, no, there he is. Wait a minute. D Wood, you should not be talking. M hijab, wipe the floor with you.
Oh, but another perfect example, though, right? I say, hey, according to the Quran, Allah prays for Muhammad and hijab. Yeah, David says he prays to Muhammad. It's not to, it's for Muhammad. See, I gave him a free Arabic lesson. The whole crowd, which is probably Mansoor, yay! But that's Mansoor. That's exactly what we're saying. These guys don't have to say anything. They could just say, bibbity bobbity bobbity boobity, and we prove our point. And you would go, oh, alhamdulillah, such a brilliant point. And it's kind of what we're interested in. How does your community get like that, where these guys could say absolutely anything and you'll just, oh, what a great point. He's right. And wow.
David, we have a response from Mansoor Ahmed after all our explanation here. Mansoor said IDF killed their own people in vehicles, kibbutz, and Nova Festival. So Mansoor said Gaga and Gugu. I don't know what else to do. This is just
you literally spelled it out in a way that a 3-year-old, who would, of course, be a potential bride for Daniel Haiqatjou, but you explained it in a way that a 3-year-old child bride of Daniel Haiqatjou could understand, and Mansoor could not understand it. He's too dumb. And these are the Dawah fans. Keep in mind, guys, Mansoor is not like, oh, this poor guy, he's really, really dumb. That's standard Dawah fan. That is the standard fan of someone like Daniel Haiqatjou.
Anyway, here's a map of cousin marriages.
Yep. Hey, which one of these cousin marriage areas are you from, Mansoor? You're from one of them. Be honest, Mansoor. Be honest. Don't be like Daniel for 5 seconds. Don't be like Daniel. Be honest and tell us which cousin marriage capital of the world you're from.
Or I should say your passion. So what I have to do is really quick. I just want to jump in just to be sure, because there's so much speaking over here that I just want to be sure that everybody's able to hear both of you one at a time, though. So go ahead. I think that you were saying, Apostate Prophet, that there was something going on in the article.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. Sarah said the coward MDD didn't read my comments, so I'm sending it again. Hey there, Prophet, you unleather-strapped Zionist. You criticize Pikachu, but would you rather let a kid with him or Farfour? All right, wait a minute. This is difficult. That's a difficult question. I have to say I was pick Farfour, probably. What do you think, David?
Yeah, Farfour.
Oh, here's Farfour. Can't believe Daniel said he didn't know me. Oh, yeah. He didn't know. He said, who's Farfour? It actually came up. The moment. Yeah.
Well, and then I think something to...
One of your favorite references also came up here.
Over the ones we're going.
Well, that solves it. Here.
Punishment from crime, yeah.
Harold Balder says, Brother Daniel, what's your view on this verse? The messenger of Allah said, the eyes are the leather strap of the anus. So one who sleeps should perform ablution. I don't know what that means. Say Sunan Abi Dawad 203 book 1.
Like, 203. Yeah, this is like a ridiculous translation. The idea is that
it's not ridiculous.
When you sleep, there is a chance that you pass wind, and when you pass wind, you have to redo your ritual ablution before you pray. So this is about purity. It's not this ridiculous thing. When you sleep, you are likely to pass wind, and therefore you have to redo your ablution before prayer. Like the fact that AP wants to.
It's so funny. Actually,
I think James just must tune everything out to avoid cracking up laughing. Right? He just must ask the question and then zone out.
Oh boy.
Look, Muhammad is making a perfect point here. You don't know what's going to come out of your anus while you're sleeping. And so it's just like a bottle, and your eyes are like the leather strap on that bottle, that when your eyes are closed, it's like the strap is loosened, and who knows what's going to climb out of your anus.
The thing is, these things were completely very far away from my mind during this debate, and then suddenly it comes up as a super shit.
It's just funny that you're cracking up laughing during this. He's with him trying to defend the eyes are in a leather strap.
He's trying to explain.
Look at your face there. Oh boy. What? This is perfectly reasonable. And this proves that our prophet is the most eloquent man ever.
And when you pass wind, you have to redo your ritual ablution before you pray. So this is about purity. It's not this ridiculous thing. When you sleep,
It's not this ridiculous thing.
you are likely to pass wind, and therefore you have to redo your ablution before prayer. Like the fact that AP wants to make a big deal about this and laugh about it.
I'm not making a
He has
big deal
nothing,
about it.
no video about. Yeah, you are making. You're laughing. You have videos with David laughing
The
about this.
The
but you have
narrative. Did you hear that?
Oh, he watches our stuff, eh? Busted,
yeah, you heard that,
Daniel.
right?
You have
You heard that,
videos
right?
with David Wood while you guys are laughing at this. So Daniel
does
watches
he
our
know
live
that?
stream. How do you know, Daniel? Daniel watches AP. Daniel watches AP.
He's been watching our live streams because we're not doing that in some short videos. We are doing that in live streams. He has actually been watching our live streams, which is why he knows that you and I have been in multiple videos laughing about this. Huh. Interesting. This is now the second big Muslim apologist who is admitting that he's watching our live streams. Just a few weeks ago, Muhammad Hijab told me privately that he has been watching my videos, my live streams as well. So maybe they're watching right now.
Well, we knew because I mean, Hijab used to comment, but it was all like golden showers, golden showers. He's sending us messages while we're live streaming, right?
Yeah.
Now he keeps it. Now he keeps it on the DL because he knows any stupid comment he makes about golden showers, we'll just use it against him.
Yeah.
Or you have to redo your ablution before prayer. Like the fact that AP wants to make a big deal about this and laugh about it.
I'm not
but
making a
he
big
has
deal
nothing,
about it.
no video about. Yeah, you are making. You're laughing. You have videos with David laughing about this. But you have nothing.
How would he not let? Wait. Hold up. This is a guy who's smiling and giggling over you mentioning a terrorist attack, slaughtering tons of people. And you're not, so he's allowed to laugh at people being slaughtered in the name of Allah, but you can't laugh about the eyes being the leather strap of the anus and him defending it?
It's unacceptable.
It's weird.
Unacceptable.
About how non-Jews are not human. You have nothing to say about that, but you have a problem with.
I can say something about that. That's false. That's false.
He actually brought up that reference where he said, "Oh, the Talmud says that non-Jews are not humans; only Jews are humans." I mean, that is one of the most basic, typical neo-Nazi misinterpretations of the Talmud. He actually brought it up.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
That's who probably did his research for him. Hey Nick, can you help me out? I'm going after the Jews.
Oh, of course, Daniel. I'm always happy to help a fellow guy who wants to slaughter all the Jews.
I briefly tried to explain it to him. I thought I'm not going to engage in discussions about the Talmud. I even pointed it out. I said, if you want to have a discussion about that, discuss with a scholar. That's what you would do with the Quran. But I did briefly say that it doesn't say that Jews are non-humans. It is a specific instance where it is talking about the semantics of a Bible verse in order to establish a case on whether Jews may visit that certain grave or not.
And that was it's based on a quotation from Ezekiel. And it's only applied to cases of ritual impurity, ritual impurity. And it's basically, since these guys are not part of the group, then they don't count for the instances of ritual impurity. But notice you could ignore what's actually being said, and you could respond by quoting a bunch of Talmud passages which refer to Gentiles as humans. They're even told they can have land in Israel and things like that. And it says the reason they can have land in Israel is because God said that the land is for God made the world for all men and so on. But notice that would bring, even if you said, hey, this passage is saying that Gentiles are not human. In reality, it's a rabbi who says that, and you, of course, should, in theory, but not according to Daniel, in theory, try to figure out what he's talking about. But notice, even if he were just saying non-Jews are not human beings at all, Okay, you've got a bunch of other passages in the Talmud which non-Jews are human, non-Jews are human. Yep, non-Jews can be good with God if they're righteous and so on. Yeah, don't have to be a Jew. Why? That would raise the issue. What's going on here? And there's this ongoing issue where these guys treat the Talmud as if it's like a Quranic command from God, and they'll search and find something. Oh, this says something negative. Not try to figure out what's being said, not understanding what the context is, and not understanding any other passage. And what the Talmud actually, it's a collection of commentaries from rabbis. And matter of fact, if you could go to some of the ones that these guys quote, and if you look, you'll find all of these, like one of the ones here, one of the ones he was quoting. It was in the exact same context. It said, it was where he quoted, and this is when I turned it off because they're like, okay, if this is his level of stupidity, I'm not interested in this. But it was the passage that's saying even the best of the Gentiles the best of the Gentiles should be killed.
Oh yeah,
right? That one. Now we had covered that, so I knew what that one was about in context because we went through that. I actually read the passage and tried to figure out what it meant when we were talking about Nick Fuentes. But that was talking about there being righteous Gentiles. What do you do if there's an actual battle and you know that the guy you're fighting against is a righteous, good person? And the entire discussion is based on the idea in the Exodus. In Exodus, there were the Egyptians marched out and came after the Israelites, and they had chariots and horses. And so the rabbi said, wait a minute, God said that he punished he rained down the plague on their animals. And so where are these animals coming from? And they do the math. They say, were these Pharaoh's animals? No, Pharaoh's animals were punished. Were they the animals of the Egyptians? No, it says they were killed. And did they get these from the Israelites themselves? And no, the Israelites brought their animals with it. So where do these animals come from? And they reasoned and said, these must have been righteous Egyptians, good Egyptians that God is protecting from the punishment. And so these are the guys who are coming at you. These are the guys who are marching out against you. And they're actually good guys. God has shown that he's protecting them. Do you fight people that God has protected? And it was, no, these are the good guys. So the best of the Gentiles, kill them. It's talking about context and battle. But when Daniel quotes it, he doesn't understand any of the context. He just says,
Gentiles.
He just says, this is a command, right? In the exact same passage that he goes to, it says, the best of physicians goes to hell. Mm-hmm. Now think about this. If he's taking this as a series of commands, that all Jews believe in and Jews know it, and so they're out there applying it. Pretty much every Jewish family I've ever known they want their kids to either be lawyers or doctors. And it's like, wait a minute, if they all know this, that wait, the best of physicians goes to hell. Why, if they take that seriously, why do they all want it? Why do so many of them want to be doctors and so on? But notice what you should actually do is try to figure out what they're saying. And so I actually looked that up. What do they mean by the best of the best of physicians goes to hell? The entire passage is about not going into an occupation where you're responsible for other lives. Because if you screw up, then you're in trouble. So even the best doctors are going to screw up and be responsible for people dying. If you're a doctor and you're responsible for taking care of people's health and well-being and so on, and operations and so on, you're not going to be perfect. So at the end of the day, even if you're the best, you're always going to be responsible for other people dying. And this one rabbi saying, stay away from that stuff. Stay away from stuff where you're going to cause other people's death. Notice,
it's a very famous line, by the way. The whole the best of physicians are destined to hell or goes to hell.
Yeah, and in that context, the reason the quote about kill the best of the Gentiles is there in context is you can even be a righteous guy if you're in the military. You're going to be ordered to do things like going out and fighting good people. Saying don't do that. Don't put yourself in that position. But notice it's interpreting it the way he's interpreting it. Oh, look, I found this thing that sounds mean, and you're not even trying to understand it. And this sounds really mean, but he's portraying it as if this is general Jewish belief. And not only this is general Jewish belief. So notice this would also include, same passage, don't be a doctor because that's really bad. You're going to hell. And he's attributing that as if this standard Jewish belief, and that it's what's responsible for the war. That's what led to it. It's a bunch of Jews. It's a bunch of Jews going through it says we got to kill all the Gentiles.
There is a phrase, David. There is a phrase named called Talmudic. So to call something Talmudic, popular also among Jews. I think they have a different term for it, but it's basically, the idea is that the Talmud deals so much in detail with semantics and with, oh, wait a minute. So the Torah tells us this word in this specific line. What does this word in this specific line mean? What does it imply? Then they have a long discussion about it. It's that because of the nature of the Talmud, it has become a common folk thing to describe like extreme hair splitting about details as Talmudic, because that's what the rabbis in the Talmud seem to do. This instance here, like I gave him an example of here. I said, if you have a problem with these very basic issues here that neo-Nazi spread, go to this website, angelfire.com, has responses to all of these claims. It's a very simple one. It gives you this one, the accusation, non-Jews are not humans, Baba Metzia 114a, the very same example he gave me during the debate. And then it describes here, it quotes the Talmud. It says, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai said, the graves of Gentiles do not cause ritual impurity in a dwelling, as it says in Ezekiel 34:31. Now you, Israel, are my sheep, the sheep of my pasture, you are man. You, Israel, the subject of the verse, are called man, and Gentiles are not called man. Now, the average idiot or the average Daniel Haiqatjou or Islamist or Nazi reads this and is like, oh, you see, it says Gentiles are not called men. That means Gentiles are not men, only Jews are men. And then they twist it to such an extent where they say it says non-Jews are animals. But then this is exactly why the Talmud is known for extreme hair splitting, because what is being said here is not that Jews are humans and Gentiles are not humans. What is being said here is that in this statement here, the word man there is used in reference to Jews, not to non-Jews. So in the situation of the graves of Gentiles, we have to look for the distinction that is being made here to see if this law applies to Jews or to non-Jews as well. And this is then a lengthy discussion about that, going into the semantics. It could be very boring to the average person listening to this, or very problematic to the average idiot who doesn't understand what he's reading and who thinks the Talmud is like the Quran. And just to give you an idea of how the Talmud can't be meaning that Jews are not humans, it also gives you these sources here. A Gentile has the ability to purchase land in Israel in order to dig holes in caves, as it says in Psalms 115:16. As for the heavens are the Lord's, but the earth he has given to mankind. So this says that God says God has given the earth to mankind, which is why Gentiles can purchase land. So suddenly Gentiles are mankind. Suddenly Gentiles are humans. I thought it says Gentiles are animals.
Yeah. So here's guys. Here's everything in a nutshell. So I do not believe in the Talmud. There are all kinds.
Here it even says a Gentile who engages in the study of the Torah is like a Jewish high priest. So and then there's a whole discussion about this, and these are not authoritative like commands here. These are discussions between rabbis.
And that one is also quoted. That same quote is also used in a passage that's also used by the Nick Fuentes, Daniel Haiqatjou type, where it says, if a Gentile learns the law, he should be killed. And if you try to understand it, it's saying, well, if the law is given to our people and you steal it, you're basically a robber and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, guys, these guys are not allowed to actually issue out death sentences and stuff. They toss around this. It's understood that they toss around language like deserves death, not in the sense of you're going to be killed. Rabbis don't have the ability to go around killing all these people and so on. But in that very passage, which someone like Daniel Haiqatjou or Nick Fuentes will quote it and say, it says, if anyone learns the law, kill him. And then you keep reading and it's like, no. Another rabbi responds to this guy and says, no, if a Gentile learns the law, he's like the high priest, right? He's like the high priest. And so this is, you have the Talmud. The Talmud is a collection of what rabbis have said over a long period of time on all kinds of issues. You can read that and find very, very awesome, nice quotations, and you can find messed up stuff. Guess what? That would be true if you took a record of everything every Christian pastor ever said for, 2,000 years, or if you took what every Muslim commentator has said over 1,000, you can get pretty much anything you want. You could get very nice quotes. You could get very, really, really messed up quotes. So the fact that, if you wanted to criticize the Talmud accurately, which is never what happens, right? It's never Nick Fuentes or Daniel Haiqatjou wanting to critique the Talmud accurately. If you wanted to critique it accurately, you would say, here's what Rabbi so-and-so said. And I've made an effort to understand what Rabbi so-and-so is actually saying. And I found out it actually is something really messed up. And so Rabbi so-and-so said something that's very messed up. And anyone who says they agree with Rabbi so-and-so on that point has a really, really messed up view. If you were doing that, that would be perfectly acceptable. That is a perfectly valid form of criticism. That's not what they do. They'll take a quote from a rabbi. They'll make zero effort to actually understand what's going on, what it means in context. And they'll say, this is what Jews believe. And this is just general Jewish belief. And you see Jews, this is why they're fighting. And it's just, no, it's not, guys. That is completely deceptive.
The Talmud is rabbis over a very long period of time sitting down and arguing, sometimes actually with a lot of passion against each other, talking about the teachings of the Torah, interpreting the Torah. It is called the oral tradition. They are interpreting the Torah. They're like, okay, so the book tells us this. What does it exactly mean here? It looks like it means this because it says this, and then the other one comes and says, no. Based on this proof, it says this and this and that, and then the other one says, no, it actually means this and this, and they're like, aha, so we agree on this and this and that, and so these are very long, very complicated, very lengthy discussions. And most of the Talmud today, when it is read by rabbis or by people who aspire to become scholars in Judaism, most of it is not read to derive the divine law from it, like Muslims do from the Quran. Most of it is read to understand rabbinic Judaic thinking, in order to develop on that and to understand the history, to understand the tradition, to understand the role of these rabbis, to understand the laws of God, and so on. This is not a word-for-word law book. It can't be, because the very same, like this example, David just mentioned it, this very same thing here. How do we know that even a Gentile who engages in the study of Torah is like a Jewish high priest? We learn from the verse Leviticus 18:5, which man shall do and by which he shall live. So this says that this includes Gentiles into man and also calls them high priests if they learn the Torah. However, the same page also says that Gentiles who learn or who study the Torah deserve death, for example. I believe it's even in the same chapter. How can both of these statements make sense at the same time? They can't. That's why you have to understand what the Talmud is. It's not like the Quran, and Daniel doesn't get it.
Yeah, you've got this moron over here, Fidel R, saying absolutely wrong. The Talmud is absolutely used to derive Jewish law. We're not. We're saying it's not the way you guys are saying. So notice the way Daniel's using it. If Daniel were to read, the best of physician goes to hell, he would say, "Oh, you saying this is a command not to be a physician?" No, it's not. How would a Jew actually read that? One, they would say, okay, this is Rabbi so-and-so saying this. So that's part of the context. They would say, okay, what does he actually mean when he's saying this? What does he mean here? Oh, and you start digging around, you dig a little deeper. Oh, he's saying that if you're a physician, then you're responsible for other people's lives. And that is a very dangerous position if you do a sloppy job. What's the actual takeaway? It's not we don't have doctors or no one should be a doctor. It's you need to take your job really seriously and be very, very careful. So notice they're actually trying to figure things out and understand it. And these guys, I don't even know what to do when Daniel Haiqatjou would read that and say, "You see, this is why Jews kill doctors." And it's like, what the heck are you talking about? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? So anyway,
Daniel will respond to this and say, "Look, you see, they are admitting that the Talmud contradicts itself."
Yes, it does, all over the place. Which is why you can't just say, "You see, this is a command, and all Jews believe in this." Bull. No, they don't. They don't treat the Talmud like that. They take seriously these ongoing dialogues among the rabbis. They take it seriously, and they try to learn their lessons and come up with a position and so on. But this isn't a collection of commands that everyone has to follow. And I've never heard of a Jew who takes it like that. And as AP pointed out, you can't possibly take it like that, because you'll have Rabbi so-and-so says this and Rabbi such and such says the exact opposite. What do? You're supposed to figure out what they're saying, what the reasoning is, and so on. And you get a grasp of the reasoning and so on. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if other religions had done this, if other religions said, "Hey, we're going to keep a record of the discussions of this and just compile what every Christian scholar has said about this," you could get some very messed up stuff in some very different contexts. And guess what? Some of these rabbis who are commenting, they're in an area where they're being persecuted, where it'll be a rabbi whose rabbi was killed by the Romans and his friends were all massacred and he's under a death sentence and he's in hiding and he's commenting. Guess what? He probably got some really nasty stuff to say about Gentiles. And another rabbi's commenting and he gets along with people. And so he's saying very nice things and so on. To take this as just a collection of commands from God that apply to apply to all Jews is absolutely insane. And it's exactly what Daniel does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes do. That's how they do it. So guys, again, if you wanted to criticize something in the Talmud, criticize it. Rabbi so-and-so said this, and that is messed up. Do that. But that's not. They say, "You see, this is what the Jews believe." And it's this thing that you would probably never find a Jew who believed that it means what you think it means.
Yeah, who was it? A Muslim earlier said Talmud is divine scripture. Jews believe in it. Sorry, you don't have any idea what you're talking about. Nobody believes that Talmud is divine scripture. It is a tradition of people arguing and writing it down and noting. Here is the thing. I don't want there to be a misunderstanding. The Talmud absolutely does contain law. It has certain parts that are considered halakha, that are considered law in Judaism, but that's the entire problem. Most of it is discussion. Most of it is them arguing, then coming to conclusions and coming to, okay, this we can all agree is this, and adopting those things actually as law to abide by, because it simply makes sense that is true for all cases and everywhere. However, that's not. In order to understand what exactly is and is not law in the Talmud, you have to study the Talmud, which is why rabbis go through long terms of studying this. But people like Daniel Haiqatjou, they want to sit down and act like, "Oh, Islam is so deep and so advanced and so structural. Look, you have to study this and that and those studies and hadith studies and fiqh and aqidah and this and that." And then they sit down and just want to take a Talmud, a Talmud line and say, look, this is what all Jews believe. This is exactly why I didn't want to engage in any Talmud discussion during the debate. Because number one, he wouldn't get it. He wouldn't use it. Most people wouldn't get it. And number three, it would take too much time from what I actually wanted to do, which is to expose him, to expose Islam, and defend Israel, honestly.
So just to recap, everyone, in case there's Daniel fans, we always have to slow things down and say them very carefully for Daniel fans. Daniel says the Talmud says non-Jews are subhuman. Is that correct? And notice, and this is connected, this is used to support the claim that this is why Judaism is responsible for the war. So in his mind, the Talmud issues this command that Jews are supposed to treat non-Jews as subhuman. And this is why the Jews are attacking Palestinians right now. Is that remotely correct? Is that right? Is he accurately representing
Mansour, you absolute idiot. Nobody here said the Talmud is all of it is Jewish law. You don't get it. Don't even try to understand anything. You are stupid. I
Gosh.
swear, there's no hope. You're stupid.
It is really
Just
dumb.
get out of here.
Yeah.
Continue, David. Sorry.
So, guys, feel free to criticize the Talmud. Don't be a lying deceiver when you're doing it. I mean, we're not setting the bar very high, right? When you say the Talmud says, and this is what Jews believe, just be accurate when you do that. And if you're going to say the Talmud says non-Jews are not human, you need to explain why you have all these passages which call non-Jews human. You need to explain what's going on there. Are those things not in the Talmud? What's going on here? But they don't. And guys, it's the same methodology, whatever they do. The same methodology Daniel's using with this. It's the same methodology he uses when he goes to journal articles. It's the same methodology when he goes to whatever source. It's the same method they use with Islam, right? They will just look for, and look, here's what I want to believe about Jews or Christians or history or the history of child brides, whatever it is. Let me just scan things, have no understanding of what I'm talking about at all, and look for something that I can say, this confirms what I wanted to, what I already decided was the correct position.
Alhamdulillah.
And that's all they do. And we constantly point out, guys, why don't you be a little more careful than that?
The Jew in Haiqatjou said the word Talmud literally means the study. Yeah, that's the point, precisely.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Red Olympus said, I think this is super chat, but said, I think Mansoor is Daniel. That would actually explain things. What if it's actually like a burner account for Daniel?
That makes sense. Now that we know that he's watching our live streams,
and
he knows everything.
Can Mansoor prove that he's not Daniel? Nope.
You see, that means it's true. That means it's Daniel. Ara said, "Glad to see other atheists defend Israel." I will. Before this, honestly, before October, I was kind of like, I was a little bit hesitant to announce kind of support or defense like outright. Right now, at this point, seeing how the world is going, I stand with Israel. I'm happy to defend Israel. I'm happy to call out all the nonsense in the world and all the hate. It's literally like 2 billion people yelling at 15 million people, and that's all that's happening in the world right now. And I'm not going to be quiet while that's going on. Knows too much said Daniel should change his name. It's of Hebrew origin. That's very funny because Daniel is not even, the name Daniel is not even recognized in Islam as a name of a prophet or anything. It doesn't exist. It is completely taken from the Bible, from Hebrew Abrahamic tradition. So it's very interesting that he has a name which only comes from biblical tradition and which is not even existent in Islamic history and scripture. It's very funny, very, very funny. Maybe you should think about that a little bit. Think about how ignorant Islam is. Yes, guys, yes. Daniel does not exist in Islam. I'm serious. When I told Jay Dyer about this, he was like, wait a minute, really? Who else doesn't exist? And then we talked about the prophets and the major books. And they don't exist in Islam. Islam makes no reference to them at all. Chloe L said Daniel Pikachu does a little dance in Farfour's new single Into the Seventh Heaven. He's loving the sulfur bath. I'll check it out later. Zalsman said Daniel is a butt-licking flutter nutter. That's what he is. Yeah, pretty much. Joshua Wooden, the age old. It wasn't me. Daniel Kikuchi said it was the editor and not that you need help, IP. I sent a super chat about DH calling you Googling philosophy. Oh, I should have showed that. I should have played that while IP was here. But he did when I called him out on doing that whole research wrong. He said it was an editing mistake. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it right now because the context is too long. We'll have to analyze it at another time. Cat is a member for 1 month. Sex trafficking. Yeah, that's why. Michelle Miko said, great job, AP. Love you guys. Y'all are my second favorite trinity. Keep it up. How dare you? Lilac Flower Days, thank you. Said, AP, you did fantastic in the debate and you maintained your cool in the face of such bold-faced lies. God bless you, and I'm praying for you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I said it before and I say it again. It's not even that I had like an amazing, fantastic performance. It's just that Daniel was so terrible. And he basically allowed me to call him out and expose him and to kick him around, which he deserved and asked for. And I don't know. He became a victim of his own arrogance, I could say. Mr. Krangus.
As you pointed out, it's crazy that like he's the one demanding it.
Yeah. He specifically asked for this topic. Specifically asked for this topic. He specifically wanted it. And he got crushed under it. And I did go into it saying, I agree to the topic, but I won't really debate the topic. I mean, I'm very honest about it now afterwards. I went into it attempting to deflect from Judaism and redirecting the topic to Islam and the conflict and all his lies and ignorance. And I successfully did so. And you know what? I'm proud of that.
We're proud of that.
Yeah. Mr. Krangen said, AP, your patience during this debate is incredible. That dang guy is very dishonest and annoying. Great job. Keep up the great work, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Stefan the Pelt said, have you looked up the rabbis Haiqatjou cited? I wonder how Jews back in the day take the religious commentary laws like how Muslims do. I am currently planning on having Yosef from Israel Advocacy Movement. I will have him on here probably on Monday or so, or Tuesday, to go with him through all of the stuff that Daniel Haiqatjou brought up about the Talmud, so that he can talk with me about it. And I'm also thinking of inviting a rabbi that I have in mind, but I'm still gonna work on that and see if I want to do that or not. What do you think about that, David?
It's a good idea.
It's a good idea. Oh, nice. Emmanuel said, the heart is deceitful above all things, and beyond cure. Who can understand it? Jeremiah 17:9. One of my favorite verses to understand why people keep lying to themselves. It's pretty good. Pretty based. Knows too much the standards of an anti-Israel haters. Anything a Jew ever said or wrote in history, twisted and ascribed the worst possible intentions. Position of all Jews for all times, guilty until proven innocent. Exactly. That's how they operate. That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Yep. Knows too much. No, Yossi Kenner said, as a Jewish guy myself, I was laughing so hard when the Talmudic tunnel definition came. The Talmud does describe laws on how to safely build a tunnel and liability if someone gets damaged, but nothing metaphysical. I know, I'm still amazed that he actually did that. That he actually did that whole Talmudic tunnels thing. And if I said something very stupid in the past, and I didn't want to be exposed on that, if I actually was a dishonest idiot like him, I would probably try to deflect at that point and be like, okay, yeah, let's talk about this. Why are we talking about this? Let's talk about this issue. You never answered this. I mean, I would try to do something like that, but the guy actually sits down here and talks about Talmudic tunnels. Sure that these Talmudic tunnels were for child trafficking. These are your words about the New York City tunnels, where students,
look at his face,
the Jewish community, against the authorities of their own religious, school, built a tunnel to expand their temple. You interpreted that together with the neo-Nazis as a child trafficking ring to abduct children and use and abuse them sexually.
Proof? Do you have proof that wasn't used for child trafficking?
Wow. I was really surprised. It wasn't just a wow. That was an actual wow. I was really shocked.
Do you have proof that Daniel Haiqatjou's home is not the child trafficking capital of the universe? I don't have any proof. None. Zero. Okay, then we have to believe it.
Daniel Haiqatjou possibly runs a child trafficking hub right at home at his home. That's true. Do you have proof? Do you have proof that it's not the case? What this just reminds me, this just earlier happened. David, you saw it. You engaged with it as well. This guy Jake Shields on Twitter, I called him out on spreading fake news, like right here. Like Jake Shields is a complete moron, and I would expect something like that from him. I made this tweet where I said, here is another example of Jake Shields sharing blatant fake news. This news story is a hoax and leads to no credible source, but somehow he checked and concluded that it's true. Just don't ask him how he verified that. And I'm referring to this story here. Captured ISIS Libya commander Abu Hafs turns out to be Benjamin Ephraim, an Israeli national operating in one of Mossad's special units. I mean, it sounds like a hoax right away when you look at it. And he tweeted this and said, I saw this headline and figured it must be fake, but sure enough, it turned out
it most be fake.
It must be fake, but sure enough, it turned out it's true. Okay, how exactly did he confirm that it's true? He didn't. I looked it up to look at all the sources, and the earliest instance of this story being mentioned leads back to an Iran-operated misinformation news agency owned by the Iranian government. And it makes the allegation that this was mentioned in an Israeli newspaper that it calls reputable, which is actually a newspaper that is like nowhere to be found, and there is no link to it at all. It's a completely made-up story. But somehow Jake Shields says it turned out true. I didn't even believe it.
I was very skeptical until it was proven.
Then he's here saying multiple news sources reported it. You just refuse to believe anything bad about Israel. Notice 520 likes. People are retarded. I don't want to say the word.
You just did.
I don't want to call people this, but I just don't. I don't know what to do anymore with this.
And you're saying, give me one reputable, credible source. Link, please.
Yeah.
This is like me with Kenny Bomer. Okay, you're saying Aisha was 18. Give me one actual Muslim source. Give me one.
Yeah. Then he comes with this with a link, which is not actually a link to the article. I already checked this before. This also takes the very news report. Oh no, this is a Messianic Apostate. He said, here's a link to the article. It's some fringe site that disseminates propaganda for Iran and Syria. Okay, Messianic Apostate, thank you. He's pointing that out as well. It actually goes back further than this, I think. Mint Press News. It goes back to some Farsi news, something like that. That's the first instance of that story ever coming up. It's complete nonsense. Nonsense.
Where's the part where they actually tell you, can you prove that it's not true?
It is somewhere here in the comments. Somebody says, can you prove it's not true? Wait a minute. Where is it? Is it here? I actually tweeted it. I took a screenshot of it and tweeted it.
And I responded to it. Yeah, there you go. So yeah. So someone said, can you prove it's not true? And Jake Shields said, of course he can't. So the job is on you to prove that their story is not true. And I saw that one because I responded. I said, can anyone prove that Jake Shields is not attracted to goats? And no one's proven it yet. So
this is what we do.
This is the new methodology. Make a claim.
This is what we're dealing with.
And tell the other person that he has to disprove the thing you made up.
The thing is, I would expect this from Jake Shields because he might be a fighter, but he has, I don't know, maybe he got too many punches to his head or something, but the guy is a complete idiot. And I would expect something as stupid as that from him. Can you prove it's not true? Of course he can't. I mean, are you seriously? This is a basic logical this is a basic fallacy. This is a basic failure here. And I pointed that out, that this is the level of stuff we're dealing with. And David said, can Jake Shields prove he's not attracted to goats? So far, nobody presented proof for that.
No one has.
Yeah. Nobody.
Is there any proof? No one's proven it. No one's proven it. Wow. Wow. I challenge him to prove something and can't prove it. Wow.
I wonder if this is...
Wow.
What Jake Shields? I don't know.
Aborted and pregnant.
There's no proof at all. Oh, do you hear?
Hey, there we go. Hey, there's me making fun of Muhammad for dressing up in his child bride's nightie.
That's the response.
I think it said on there, why don't you use this as your profile picture? Guys, I'm about to remake that video. You are not going to like the remake of that video. You are I've already said this is the video where I'm saying no giving the benefit of the doubt anymore on anything. When Muhammad's sucking a little kid's tongue, a little boy's tongue, we're interpreting it in the worst manner imaginable. When we read about Muhammad's clothes being covered in semen, we're interpreting that in the worst manner imaginable. We're going to teach you guys a lesson. So remember, I warned you.
And if the trajectory continues as it is,
if the trajectory continues
as it is, then
we
have a big problem then. I don't know. If the trajectory continues as it is, I need to add this sound to my soundboard, man. I should have that.
If the trajectory continues as it is, then according to my calculations and my misreading of this article, in order to wipe out Hamas, Israel would need to kill 487 trillion people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Figures. For every one Hamas, you have to kill 100 civilians. That's effectively what we're saying. If the trajectory continues as it is, then you have to kill 3 million Palestinian civilians in order to kill 30,000 Hamas fighters.
This guy's such a cartoon character, man. Will any of you be covering Hamas's den and his horribly cherry-picked stuff? Love to see you there together. I forgot about Hamas's den. Last time I heard about him, he was, I don't know.
No, if there's ever like a good clip that's like manageable, because like as far as I recall, he does like these long live streams and stuff like that. What kind of loser just does long live streams? Anyway,
I don't know. Terrible.
Yeah, if there's ever a particular clip that's like 10 or 12 minutes long or something like that you guys want us to respond to, send us that. We covered that in a live stream. But
hey, be careful now. Some Islamists will make a response and be like, "Oh, look at this! He said, what kind of loser makes long live streams, not even realizing that they themselves make long live streams? Whoa, look at that! So stupid."
Yeah, that's the Fareed interpretation of what I just said. David says, "What kind of loser makes long live streams when he himself does it?"
Well, that's how stupid there.
What a dummy! And David is the dumb one here, not the guys who can't understand joking or sarcasm or anything else.
And Alidawa will make a video and say, "Look, the little brothers and sisters, this is how Allah exposes them, yeah? It's how Allah exposes them,
Allah cursed his brain so that he doesn't see it.
And now buy my Viagra, yeah?
Yeah, and we're not the ones who's cursed to be dumb with all the defending child brides and not being able to read words off a page. No, it's them."
Nikhil Saka said, "How much was your check from Israel for this debate? Shout out to the Gin and Tonic Show AP. We need another collab." Wow, the last time I collaborated with those guys was like a long time ago. I don't know.
Hey, you need to print one of those giant checks that they hand out. Like when someone wins the lottery, they hand them that giant check. You need one that's for like a bunch of shekels, and it says for destroying Daniel Haiqatjou in a debate, and like put that behind you. And it's a big check from Israel.
This is really ridiculous.
For
People
1 million shekels.
People say you're paid by Israel. Daniel Haiqatjou said you're donors, you're funders. Where is my money?
Yeah, where's our money?
Where's my money? Where's my money, Israel? Where's my money?
We want our money. We don't work for free.
Where's my money?
Sitting there defending you guys week after week. We ain't seen dime one.
Yeah. I'm not going to do it no more if you don't send me anything. Yeah. Jasper Paolo said, "I can't wait for an AP or David Wood versus Ahmed Nadir. Never going to happen again. I will never, ever debate
dudes
Nadir Ahmed because I'm scared of him."
I've debated Nadir like 5 times over the years. No one ever cares because he has like 2 fans in the world. It's just a situation where there are certain people you can crush them in a debate and it doesn't matter because no one cares about them. And when you say, hey, look, he crushed this guy, they say, but you know, we don't even care about that guy. He's a loser. It's like, what did I just do this for then?
Yeah, it's true. I'm just scared of that image, which is why I'm running. Knows too much said, like a typical pro-Palestine Nazi, Haiqatjou projects what Islam does on others. Cherry-pick pro-Palestine Nazi propaganda as sources, ignoring any contrary evidence. By the way, Haaretz is a far leftist newspaper. That's true. That is true. I agree with everything that you said right here. Haaretz is like, I don't know, especially in the war times, you gotta hate sources like Haaretz, which spend times like these, like Israel's this and that is going too far, and Israel should reflect on this. It's like a you know, you are in the middle of a massive war where the other side wants to exterminate your population, and then you have a newspaper inside your own country that's just trying to criticize your own government all the time, the entire time, while you are focused on deterring and defeating these guys who want to genocide you. You know, I don't know. It's pretty bad. XXWLZXX said, love all you guys. Keep up the great work. Good job, AP. Thank you. Yeshua the King said, Ibn Taymiyyah book, The Religious and Moral Doctrine of Jihad, page 29, says you can kill kids if they fight with swords. This came up during the debate. And
I mean, Muhammad says you can kill kids if it's dark.
Oh yeah.
And in the Quran, in Surah 18, that dude kills a kid just because he knows that kid's going to dishonor his parents, going to shame his parents, and so kills him.
Israel, send shekels, please. When I actually send shekels.
Hussein did terrible. I don't know who that is.
I agree.
Yeah, so just because they have a large number of Arab Israelis or Arabs in Israel, that doesn't mean there's not an apartheid state.
That was your
South
logic
Africa.
about
South Africa is overwhelmingly African, Black African. That doesn't mean there wasn't apartheid South Africa.
Yeah, but that was your logic about Jews in Muslim lands. So you are refuting yourself by that.
No. My argument was based on the actual teachings of Islam and what Islam.
Oh yeah, he tried to refute my argument that Islam is very much against Jews by saying Jews lived under Islam, and I was like, they didn't live very well under Islam. He was like, well, at least they lived, at least they didn't die. If it was as you described, then they would have all been exterminated. But then he himself says Israel is a Talmudic Jewish state. And he also tells us at the same time, yeah, well, it's, you know, just because there are Arabs there and the Arab population is growing and thriving, that doesn't mean that Israel is not a genocidal state. Excuse me, are you dumb? By your own logic, Israel should be exterminating the Arabs inside Israel right now. They shouldn't be thriving. That's your logic, not mine, idiot. He doesn't get it.
Daniel,
he doesn't get anything.
Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh?
That's from a song, isn't it?
That is.
Yeah. Terrible.
Islam allows for the minority religious population according to Ahkam Ahlul Dhimma.
And you said Israel is based on Talmud. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can't follow an argument. That's why you are confused. You're confused.
Wow.
You're confused about the arguments that
I swear this guy is like he doesn't understand his own logic, and then he actually has the audacity to accuse the other side of not understanding it.
Making. If we look at what the Talmud says about what to do to Gentiles or non-Jews, that's very different than what Islam teaches about what Muslims should do to Jews or Christians or other religions.
Yeah, this one coming in from, do appreciate it. Just a few more. NBGSTV says, please explain holding a 9-month-old baby hostage.
You mean in Israeli dungeons?
Well, if you marry the 9-month-old, is it really hostage?
Look what he's going to say now. he will say that he doesn't know about such a report, so he doesn't know that there are babies held hostage by Hamas.
Palestinians that are held in Israeli dungeons.
They're talking about babies kept as hostages by Hamas. Answer the question.
I don't know what this report is. There's 9-month-old.
Yeah, there's an actual baby. Daniel Haiqatjou doesn't know that there are babies held hostage by Hamas. I mean, anyone who has been following this whole war and the situation must have encountered this, must be aware that Hamas is actually holding Israeli babies, Jewish babies, as captives since October 7th. Anybody should know. Somebody who is debating these issues has to know this. This guy is saying here that he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know the basics of what's going on. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to learn anything about what's going on. I've been spending so much time researching Nick Fuentes videos all day.
And then I heard about babies, and then I started masturbating. I don't know what it said about babies.
Yeah, something about babies.
You should probably be aware of this. That just turned 1 year old, and there are more other babies that were taken as.
Yeah, look, you admit they. Let's just
Hamas.
pray that Israel doesn't bomb that baby according to the Hannibal directive that you admit they used against their own population.
Right? You see, this is the response.
Yeah.
This is the response you get.
Yeah, look at how many prisoners of war, Israeli prisoners of war, have been killed by the IDF. It's shocking. They have no regard for their own people. So they're just blowing them away.
The question is, what about
that
the
baby,
Hamas taking baby captives? It's like, what about Israel?
What about? Let's ask the audience: is that 9-month-old safer with Hamas or with the IDF?
Did you hear that?
Let's ask the audience: is that 9-month-old safer with Hamas?
Why don't you modify it? Why don't you modify it? Is that 9-month-old safer with Hamas, the IDF, or Daniel Haiqatjou?
Yeah. So his response,
smile on his face.
His response to somebody saying, "How is it okay for terrorists to hold babies hostages for months?" and he laughs about it and says, "Are those babies safer with Hamas or with the IDF?" That's his response to it. Now, why in the world would this guy or anybody else expect any sympathy or compassion or anything at all for his people? He finds this funny. It's a joke to him. It's like somebody is seriously asking this question: how is this justifiable? It's like, well, they're safer with Hamas than with IDF. Especially safer than when I have them. Nobody knows what I would do to those babies. Pedophile apologists.
It sucks every time he mentions the Hannibal directive. I think of the A-team rather than the general. Well, I guess Hannibal in the A-team was also a general, so I guess they're both generals. Okay,
really?
But I think about the A-team.
Yeah.
Brett Insanity says Daniel said it's quote okay. Daniel said quote it's okay to marry a 5-year-old if they show signs of physical maturity unquote. Can you show or read what is specifically considered as a quote sign of maturity for Islam?
Ooh,
is responsible to judge.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
It's puberty. The people who are assigned to judge are the parents who have the best.
Wrong.
That's what Islamic law says. The standard with
liar
schools is you send your kid to first grade, starts dating God knows when, maybe at 6-7 years.
Yeah, that's what happens in America. You send your kids to kindergarten, and then they start dating and making out, and then having sex.
Yep, and then they're all boning each other, and that's how it works.
You can't walk through a first grade, or you can't walk through a kindergarten without stepping on just a bunch of kindergartners having sex and making out and all of that. But
I mean, notice this is ridiculous. The Quran specifically talks about marrying, having sex with, and divorcing girls all before they've reached puberty. You could pass the girl on. A child bride can have 5 different husbands all before she's reached the age of puberty. According to Islam. Muhammad hijab specifically said you can't get around that. And then you've got the hadith where Aisha had not reached puberty. So as guys, never forget this, as absolutely repulsive as you find Daniel Haiqatjou when he talks about marrying these little girls who've reached precocious puberty, keep in mind, don't ever forget, he is massively, and we don't know how honest he's being, but assuming, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he believes what he's saying, that you wait till puberty. If that's his requirement, then he is massively more moral than his God and his prophet, who think it's totally fine to have sex with a 5-year-old before she's reached puberty. And he's talking about Islamic law. The standard in Islamic law is, we've been through this before, but you don't want to be you don't want the girl to be so small that you crush her while trying to have sex with her. Like you don't want some fragile girl. And you don't want her to be so small that you actually rip her open with your penis and give her a fistula. It happens, but you try to avoid it. And that's one of the purposes of thawing. You're kind of like messing around with the girl here and there, trying to play around until you feels like you could actually get it in there without rupturing her vagina and making the two, as they put it, making the two holes one hole.
Okay. Thank you. I really had to hear about that again.
Yeah, isn't it amazing that people are listening to Daniel Haiqatjou going, "That's disgusting," and it's like, hey, wait till you hear what Islam really teaches on this.
Yeah. And I mentioned it recently during a live stream that we had on your channel, but it's like one of the most prominent scholars, Ibn Qudama, he says that at any point, so the parents can arrange the marriage; they're in charge of it from infancy to whenever, and at any point the assigned husband can demand the wife from the parents, saying, "Hey, it looks like she's ready. Let's go." And the parents can say, "Okay, no, we don't think she's ready yet," or they can say, "Okay, yeah, fine, here, have her," and then he can start testing. And his conclusion, like that scholar's conclusion, is the parents, latest at the age of 9, because that's the age at which Muhammad consummated the marriage with Aisha, latest at the age of 9, the parents must hand her over. They have to hand her. After that, there is no excuse anymore. So before that, they are in charge of it, and they can hand her over, and he can start having like probing and having sex with her, with a little child, a little girl, no matter what age she is. But after the age of 9, it's like, okay, I'm not waiting anymore. You will now give me your little 9-year-old daughter. I want to have sex with her right now. And then they'll be like, okay, well, that's what the law says. So,
hey, and by the way, look, because a bunch of people are doing it, Mansour says Rebecca was ready at 3 years old.
Mansour has the brain of a 3-year-old.
Yeah,
so.
Akif said Rebecca was 3. Notice once their dawah guys lie and spread a lie, they all just spread it. And this goes with what we're talking about. Hey, we respect the prophets. We respect the prophets, really? And you're lying about Isaac? And since Abraham was the one who sent for the bride, you're accusing Abraham and Isaac of both being pedophiles. You respect them, and you just make it up, guys. There's nothing in the source. In fact, the source doesn't give the age of Rebecca at all, but definitely sounds like she's at least a teenager because she's doing some serious work, and they just don't care. And this is, I mean, it's just amazing. It's like hey, guys, when we say Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl, why are we saying it? Just because we're making it up to be mean? Just because we don't like Muhammad and we want to say something about him? No, we're saying it because we have dozens and dozens of sources. There are over 200 Muslim sources saying that Muhammad was in his 50s when he had sex with Aisha when she was 9 years old. That's why we say it. We say it because it's all over the Muslim sources. When they say Rebecca was 3, why are they saying it? Because they're liars. That's why. It's just liars. And it's part of the system. If you speak the truth about our prophet, we'll lie about yours. And it's just amazing that they claim to respect. It's just so weird. When I think of people I respect, it never crosses my mind, let me lie about them and call them pedophiles. And yet these guys will do it. Like which one of the Dawa guys would not do this? What is it? What is this religion, guys? It says, hey, our religion, we respect prophets by lying about them and calling them pedophiles. That's what we do in our religion. And we make stuff up. Find an honest dawah guy. Find an honest dawah guy. You can't, because it's just understood that dawah is deception. Dawah is deception to keep people in a state of ignorance while your army builds up enough strength to come and conquer the people. That's what dawah is. And these guys here, hey, look, we're doing dawah. Great job, guys. You're lying against prophets, thinking that you're going to be fine on Judgment Day.
Alhamdulillah.
By the way, little side note, Mansoor, chapter and verse that says Rebecca was 3.
Good luck with that. Yeah, somebody pointed out Rebecca was 14 years old according to the Jerusalem Talmud. I know that she is mentioned as 14 years old in one of the chronological records of early Jewish writings. So it's very funny because Daniel Haiqatjou likes to refer to this Jewish scripture. You see, they say this, they say that. Why? How about you go back there and also see that Rebecca was 14 years old according to their assessment, and then reconcile that with your other ideas about how old Rebecca was.
Yeah,
do that. Be consistent.
Yeah. A good idea is to actually go to the Bible, read about Rebecca, and when you do, then ask yourself, why are all the dawah guys lying? And then Mansoor, ask yourself, why did I mindlessly believe these guys and repeat their lies? And what does this tell me about my religion when this is what my religion does, and it's what my religion causes us to do?
That's what they do.
And then ask yourself, is your religion from God or from the devil?
Of the devil. Master Debater said, why are you smiling, man? Why are you grinning?
I just remembered I said that in front of a pastor once. I was down in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and the guy who picked me up from the airport, he took me to I think I was going to speak in that. I was doing something in the church. I don't remember what I was doing in the church. I think I was speaking in the church, but I had a debate the next day with Shabir, and the pastor's talking to me, and he's like, so, and I didn't realize until I said it. And he's like, so how do you think this is going to go? What points are you going to use? And I was like, oh, so here are my points. And I said that, it's an issue that a great debater can be saying something that's completely silly and stupid and make it sound good. I said, when you have a master debater like Shabir, and he's like, right. And I knew it as soon as I said it, I knew it. And I just continued, but I saw them both look, and then the guy who picked me up from the airport, he goes, so you'd say Shabir is a master debater. It was too late to take back. But
that's one of those funny moments when you say something and then you realize, oh, wait a minute, what did I just say? Wait a minute, what did you say? Yeah. Oh yeah, you should ask Daniel if he's allowed within 250 feet of a kindergarten. On a serious note, as an Israeli, thank you for standing up for us. Thank you. I think this is it's a great mission in alignment with everything that I have been doing over the years to do that at the moment. I don't care what people say. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be allowed within 250 feet of a kindergarten when my third wife goes to school there?
Well, I know for a fact that Daniel Haiqatjou is not allowed near 250 feet of a kindergarten. Because do you have proof that that's not the case?
Do you have proof that he is?
Yeah, do you have proof? Do you have proof? You have proof? Yeah, okay. This is his post, by the way. He posted this on his community tab. It's very funny. He's so insecure that he took a screenshot of himself smiling during the debate and posted this on his community tab.
Right when you mentioned Jews being killed.
Yeah. And it was like, if you missed yesterday's debate, check it out at the link below. You'll enjoy it, inshallah. Not that it was a surprise, but Apus had
he called you what? He called you what? Daniel? That's a page of the Quran, I'm afraid. My friend. Notice I don't do this at random. I don't do this at random. Your decisions lead to this, guys. These are your decisions.
Oh, Daniel,
your decisions.
Daniel, Muhammad was a child molester. And here.
Daniel, your prophet was a child molesting, murdering rapist.
child molester.
Wasn't going to say that. Wasn't going to. Your decisions, guys. I want you Dawa guys to understand. It is your decisions to cross lines that bring about this response.
If the trajectory continues as it is, I will rip up a whole
continues.
Yeah.
If the trajectory continues, we will be posting regular videos on pissonthequran.com, but that will be entirely on you guys.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Well, I don't want to go in this direction. You guys do it.
I don't want to do this. Look what you're making me do here.
Yeah, think about this. Would we ever even think about insulting Daniel? No. Would we ever think about insulting his 5-year-old third wife? No. But you guys, they start this stuff, man. They start the name calling, man. Breaks my heart.
It's terrible. Why are you doing this thing, Diane?
Don't know.
Anyway, so he posted this Apis had nothing to offer and couldn't respond to a single argument. He also fabricated.
Wait, he just called you. He called you Apis
again.
I'm afraid that's a page of the Quran, Daniel.
No.
Just heard you.
Let me continue. And couldn't respond to a single argument. He also fabricated a bunch of claims and got caught multiple times. LOL. David, do you think anybody actually believes what he says here? Do you think he himself actually believes?
No, he doesn't. No, it's just understood though. You thump your chest. I've never actually tested the sharpness of this blade. Oh, it's actually not bad.
I mean, if I do terrible,
this has never even been sharpened. This is store bought. Pretty good.
Nice. Crap on Quran contest, and then you call it Corap. That's a good idea. Yeah. Anyway. It's very Islamophobic, man. What are you doing? We're supposed to talk about a serious issue here.
Huh? I can't help it, man.
Knows too much said regarding BS rape claims about RDF. There was actually a paper published that tried demonizing the RDF for it, but couldn't find any evidence. Well, do you have evidence that they didn't rape anybody? No, so that's how it works. I also tried to push him on that, and it was like he said that he has no evidence. Oh, he said there are TikTok videos. He actually said there are TikTok videos.
Daniel doesn't know about a baby taken hostage, but he knows what's on TikTok.
Yeah,
where he's scouting for his fourth wife.
Yeah, and looking at a bunch of little children. Yeah. Knows too much says so. They concluded Israel is so racist it wouldn't even rape Palestinians. That's how immoral and insane those pro-Palestinian Nazis are. I know they are. They're terrible. Israelis are terrible. But they wouldn't do that. Sarah Osser said David, AP, and IP have trapped him. You know what to do now. We need a Trinity failure from him. Yeah. It's true. That's what they do. Mr. Max said, AP, I love the way you responded for his mocking your name. That was a very nice moment indeed. I have to say, this was a very satisfying debate. In fact, the whole week, I wasn't like feeling very, very, very fantastic. But after this debate, I just became so amused.
Daniel cured AP of COVID.
I just became so happy after this debate. I don't know. I'm in such a good mood since the debate. Mohammed Saad said U.S. Jews rank Muslims higher than Christians. Keep sitting. Huh. I don't know about that. In the U.S., lots of things go the wrong way. Emishka said, I watch your streams for a while now, but still don't get the cow joke. I can't help but hear I choose the chow every time. Sending love in shekels. You can't miss out on the cow joke. Let's see. Where's the cow? Maybe I could find it on here somewhere on YouTube. Maybe I can find it somewhere here. Let's see.
If I condemned my father to death, then you should be worried. Because if it comes down to 15 million Jewish innocent people and 300 million Arab clowns, I will choose the 15 million innocent people who did not start this war.
Fine so far.
If I have to choose between 1.6 billion Muslims and a cow, I will choose the cow.
Oh, moo moo, buckaroo.
This is what the joke is about.
And that's how he got banned from Twitter.
This is Musab Hassan Youssef. He's the son of a Hamas co-founder and was also a spy for the Israeli security agency, Shin Bet, for many years and exposed a lot of Hamas stuff to the Israeli government and saved lives, and then had to leave Israel altogether to move to an unspecified place in the world.
If I have to choose between the Quran and the goat that ate it and forever lost passages of the Quran, according to Sunan Ibn Majah, 1944, I choose the goat.
Oh, nice. One actor said, "Is masturbation a sin? I don't see anything in Leviticus that prove it."
The heck is he talking about this stuff in this live stream for?
This is something for Jasper Paolo said 5 twerks for Muhammad a day keeps shaitan away. That's true. This is actually true. There's also a hadith that is actually predicting twerking. So there's a prophecy where it says that the hour will not come before the women of the Daus tribe will shake their booties around the Dhul Khalasa, which was a temple that he also later had destroyed. But what he actually predicted there was twerking. And that just proves that Islam is true, because this is a miracle.
But notice, I mean, if you actually wanted to take this seriously, which you'd have to as a Muslim, that's Dhul Khalasa. That place was destroyed by Muslims a long time ago, and yet one of the signs of the end times is that girls are going to be doing their circumambulations around it and shaking their butts around it. So you'd have to predict the restoration of Dhul Khalasa and the return of paganism to Saudi Arabia. Paganism is going to return.
Yeah.
And so, matter of fact, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see Muslims actually use that. Look, we've got Saudi Arabia having Ariana Grande concerts and stuff now, and you see it's coming true. Very interesting.
You don't know what you just did, David. By saying this, you're giving a bunch of very low IQ people who believe in that stuff
That's what
ideas. Well, like, wait a minute, he's right. This is a miracle. So terrible. You have just reversed all our criticism of Islam. All of it collapsed.
You know it's messed up. Like I always think, hey, what can I do with the Quran that no one's ever done before?
Yeah.
And then, like, we've done we've already done it. I mean, who thought of Quranagami ever? No, D Wood did. I drank whiskey using a Quran straw I made before. We're gonna smoke it one day, probably when we have a discussion about the change of law changes in Denmark and so on. But I just had this awful idea, which I can't. There are certain things I can't do, like snort cocaine. But imagine snorting cocaine through a Quran straw. I'm talking to you, atheists. I can't do it. But
I do it every night. Yeah.
Roses are red, violets are blue, but keep your kids away from Haiqatjou.
Wait a second. Did she really do this? What the hell?
What?
I was looking for an example of concerts in Saudi Arabia, so I quickly looked.
Oh yeah. I couldn't remember who the pop star was. I don't know. I don't remember if Ariana Grande went there or not. I remembered some pop star went over and did a conference.
Oh, there is a full performance of her in Riyadh on YouTube now. So I know that she did a song that is called "Goddess," where she's like, "Bow down to your goddess."
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's funny.
In the middle of Riyadh, in the birthplace of Islam, a woman goes there shaking her booty and saying, "Bow down to your goddess." That's fantastic.
Oh, it's funny.
But she actually, wait a minute. Kidding me? She sang this song in Saudi Arabia.
What's the song about?
It's an extremely dirty sexual song.
Huh.
Wait. It's basically all about body parts, and yeah, that's funny. Saudi Arabia.
She'll fit right in over there.
Now I see why these Salafi Muslims are so outraged at Saudi Arabia. Like, what are you doing? They're corrupting Islam. Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, and isn't it funny? They're corrupting our perfect, beautiful religion of sex slaves and child marriage.
Wait a minute, Abdul Singh. It's funny. It's pointing out that people are singing along, so clearly they are aware of this song.
Mm-hmm.
Like the song literally says like ass and stuff.
I mean, think about this. We're sitting here smoking pages of the Quran, listening to Iggy Azalea talk about her body parts in Saudi Arabia. Man, the world's changing, man. The world is changing.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I could never imagine something like a video like that. Just, I don't know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. If somebody had told me there's a concert in Saudi Arabia with this woman singing about sex and her vagina and her booty and all of that, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Are you insane? They would kill her. But no, it's the government itself inviting her and hosting her.
And what's crazy is if you were to ask Saudi Arabia, hey, we want to have Cardi B go over there and just shake it all over stage. So it's going to be Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. They're going to be over there rocking WAP. What do you think about that? To be, oh yes, that'd be so great. Yeah, what a great concert. If you said, hey, can we have this Christian singer come over? No, that would be haram. That would be haram. What is this religion, man?
Seriously, man, it's insane. I don't know. I think it's cool. Saudi Arabia is realizing, of course, that their dependence on oil is what made them a country that is worth visiting, and that can stand on its own feet. If there wasn't oil, before the whole discovery and use of oil, it looked nothing like that. It was an empty desert that was underdeveloped. It's the oil that made them rich. But you can't depend on it forever. The world is changing. It will run out. People are looking for different sources and so on. So they have to somehow move on and find something different. And they love the money. They don't care about the religion very much, the royal family. So, yeah. Now they're moving toward westernizing. Schnur 7 Cook said roses are red.
I looked up. I looked up the lyrics to Cream.
You see it, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much every body part.
Yes. The whole thing is just about that. Yeah.
But rules everything around me. But she's not saying but.
Yeah.
Deep in that vajayjay, but she's not saying vajayjay. Yeah, I'm drowning in the vajayjay. This is what she's singing in Saudi Arabia.
The whole song starts with, as Ben Shapiro would say, "P word in your face."
Mm-hmm. and so yeah, we're gonna have Muslims. We're gonna have Muslims fleeing Saudi Arabia to get away from the immorality.
No, we will have Muslims flocking there soon because of that.
Hey, we should bring that up. Hey, everyone wants to come over to the the United States and Great Britain and so on. Hey, roll up into Saudi Arabia. They got everything there for you.
Yeah. Roses are red, violets are blue. Keep your kids away from Haiqatjou. That's true. Vlad Tepper said Daniel complains being called pedo, yet leaves an article on his site titled "Why Should Muslims Defend Slavery and Minor Marriage?" I know. He goes into a whole debate because he wants to prove that child marriage is cool, and then he's offended and shaken because I do that. Yeah. Rio Totten said,
I want a debate on child marriage. I say it's good. Hey, Daniel supports child marriage. Oh, why are you guys attacking me? The heck, man.
My wife said AP's playlist. Yeah. Jean Rossi.
That'd be a good tweet after whatever the next concert they have is, Cardi B or something like that, and be like, wow, Saudi Arabia is playing my whole playlist.
Jean Rossi said mental hacker. At one point, didn't say that. It said at one point, Daniel said most Israeli that got killed by Hamas were part of IDF as reservists. Yeah, but like 90% of the population. Then he said it was in fact an IDF helicopter that killed them. Yeah, I addressed that. Oh, you know what's insane? You know what's funny? I actually think this deserves a video. I think this deserves a video. Look at what he says here. Now, for context, Turkey has been at war and fighting with a guerrilla terrorist organization called the PKK, which presents the Kurdish part of the population in the southeast. They have been fighting with them for decades, especially since the 70s, very intensely. And they have been demanding independence or autonomy, and the fight has been going on forever. And they were really oppressed. Like in the 70s, when it all began, Kurdish people were not allowed to speak their language. It was illegal in Turkey. They weren't even allowed to use the word Kurdish. They were called like different things, like, I don't know, Mountain Turks or stuff like that. So Turkish had incredibly racist laws against them, wanting to basically assimilate them. Now here's something. Look at
in the kibbutzim.
Ah, good. In Turkey, where I lived, look, so at a kibbutz,
civilian,
and are then chased by Hamas, and then
plenty of settlers are reservists within the IDF that live in the kibbutzim.
Ah, good. In Turkey, where I lived for quite a while, every Turkish citizen is required to go to every Turkish man is required to go to the military. So that means everyone in Turkey, every man in Turkey is a good target to kill if someone wants to resist some oppression in Turkey. That's the logic here. Good.
Yeah, if Turkey occupied another people and started genociding them, ethnically cleansing them, depriving them of food and water, then yeah, that would be a mean, James, or that would be a reason for that occupied people to attack Turkish men. Yeah.
You heard what he just said, right? That means Daniel Haiqatjou, all the especially the Turkish fans or Turkish Islamists who are listening to Daniel Haiqatjou should hear this and realize what Daniel Haiqatjou just said.
What I just heard him say, and I don't even know enough about this, but he's saying the Kurds can go around massacring people, and then everyone else can get involved too to go around massacring everyone in Turkey.
Yes, he says it's justified.
Yeah, that is worthy of a video right there. Daniel Haiqatjou says conquering Turkey and slaughtering millions would be entirely justified because of what they're doing.
Yeah,
he just said it.
Another example, Les Wiseman said Turkey occupies Cyprus and genocided millions of Christians. So Turkey has a subject government over the northern part of Cyprus. I don't know. The Greeks in Cyprus could attack Turkey, could just kill random people,
and they genocided millions of Christians, and that's land that belonged to Christians, and they still are using churches as their mosques and so on. Yeah. So, anything you want to say to justify going and slaughtering Israelis, would you could say the exact same thing, and say therefore Turkey needs to be conquered. The United States would be entirely justified going and conquering Turkey. And imposing Christianity on the entire population.
The Greeks built Constantinople. They made it the city that the world desired.
No, it's called Istanbul.
the whole western part of Turkey is Greek. Like Greeks turned that place into a diamond, into something beautiful that the whole world admired. So does this mean that Greeks are supposed to go in there and it's okay for them to just claim that whole land? And if they are fought, then they are allowed to kill all the men in Turkey? Or how about the Armenians? Armenians still claim parts of Turkey from which they were expelled and massacred brutally. Does this mean Armenians can go into Turkey and kill random civilians?
According to Daniel Haiqatjou, absolutely.
Yes. And by the way, all the Kurdish people in Turkey, yeah. You heard what he just said. According to Daniel Haiqatjou, Kurdish people in Turkey are justified to kill random Turkish men. That's how it goes. Sardi said, so I guess Kurds can kill AP just because he was born Turkish.
According to Daniel Haiqatjou, yeah.
According to Daniel Haiqatjou, yeah. Shebasi said, thankful to all three of you for continuing to expose this soulless monster. His reaction to Shani Luke was disgusting. Yes. I kind of don't want to put it on the screen. It's right here, actually. But let's see. Let us see. Let us see. Let us see.
Let us see. Let us see. Let us see.
So, I don't want to put it on the screen. I don't want to play it on the screen because every time I do that, because the stream gets age restricted and sometimes even taken down.
But you are happy to do that on Modern Day Debates channel, then?
Yeah, I didn't think about that. And the footage. To be fair, I cannot immediately confirm or see the beating that I described. The beating also exists, by the way. I found the video later after that. I didn't have it handy right there.
I still don't. Yeah.
Screaming Allahu Akbar and celebrating this moment.
Yeah, I see the spitting, so that's objectionable. But I still don't see parading as you described. I didn't see any beating.
You don't think that is parading?
No, I thought they just
What?
returned. From their operation, and then people are saying Allahu Akbar.
Because they are happy that she's being taken to a hospital.
Yeah,
they're happy.
Did you hear? He said, "Yeah,
yeah."
I'm presenting the dumbest explanation here to mock him, and he says, "Yeah."
Yep, that's good.
They're taking, like, this was the operation because of 75 years of genocide and occupation and killing of Palestinian women and children and infants, poisoning them, starving them. They have this operation in order to survive. That's what October 7th was. And part of this operation was
maybe Daniel Haiqatjou needs to be taken to a hospital.
To take these prisoners of war. They took 200, I think, over 100 prisoners of war. To be used to bargain for their lives. That's what Palestinians have to do. Meanwhile, there are 6,000 Palestinians in dungeons within Israel, many of them under the age of 15, who are holed up. No one calls them hostages. No one calls them victims.
Well, Daniel, all of the people in Gaza right now, all that's happening is just that they're getting taken care of by Israel. They're just getting taken care of by the IDF. Treated in hospitals, protected from Hamas, because the Hamas is actually oppressing them, and the IDF is just there taking over and trying to treat all of the 20,000 people that you just mentioned. That's what's happening in Gaza right now.
But over 6,000 Palestinians holed up in Israel.
They're just taken care of by Israel
for years, and some of them are killed. A lot of them are raped.
No, it's probably just an accident.
Reports of rape happening in these dungeons in Israel.
No, it's probably consensual.
We don't hear any tears or crying from you or your.
How do you hear tears?
Kind.
So let's get this straight. Hamas is transporting a woman whom they took from the Nova Music Festival, who has a hole in her head. They're transferring her on the back of a pickup truck from Israel, from Reim, into Gaza to take her to a hospital. Wow, man. It's just amazing how that makes sense to you.
Amazing how that makes sense to you. Like,
I mean, after this, I'm just realizing it's completely pointless to debate this guy or anyone who agrees with him and thinks like him.
Hey, I just had a dumb idea because we were thinking about getting a Farfour costume and bringing Farfour back. And I was thinking it would be funny if the IDF deals with him by making a giant man-sized mousetrap, something like that. I don't know. I just want you got to say it. I got to say it, so I hopefully remember it at some point in the future.
Yeah,
But that could be the real end of FR4. There's a big giant mousetrap, and he goes into it for something. What could they bait him with? Maybe some kiddie porn? I don't know.
Possibly. Hey, look at this. Fairuz Marty said, AP, how do you know that the IDF is taking care of the injured? That's totally false. You know, sometimes I'm kind of losing hope in humanity. Yeah. Jill's Beans said, I made some clips of the debate. If anyone wants to see them, get your daily dose of 100% non-halal Jill's Beans. You will enjoy it. God bless you all. I will check it out. But anyone who wants to clip this debate, who wants to make clips of it, who wants to make shorts of it, anything, make it, publish it. I'm looking for it. I will search, or you can send it to me. You can send a link to me after you publish it. Or I don't know, if you don't want to publish it, you can make it and send it to me. I can publish it. But let me know. I want to share all of them, because I think this debate is a gold mine to show how intellectually underdeveloped Daniel Haiqatjou and his followers are. Emmanuel said, what is the difference between baby and infant or children? LOL, they're all potential of right-hand possession. Exactly. That's it. The Wolf, he said, inspiring philosophy, more like Googling philosophy, destroyed, perish in your rage, apostate. Only weaklings who spread corruption in the land research before a debate. Also, AP gave a good tugging on Daniel's leather straps. Yeah. Very, very, very nice. Red Olympus said, the context is Israel was rescuing Ethiopian Jews from Muslims. Yeah. Yeah, this is the funny thing. I forgot to mention this. I forgot to bring this up, but he was implying that Israel is oppressing Ethiopian Jews because they don't like them, because they hate them. Dude, Israel paid lots of money to have Ethiopian Jews transferred into Israel. So the very same people that they according to Daniel Haiqatjou hate and dislike and want to get rid of, they spent money, tons of it, to get them, to transfer them into Israel. Why in the world would they do that? Especially if Israel is this monolith that is like run under the Talmud, where they want to kill everybody who's not a pure Jew. What kind of fantasy was this guy living in? Jeez. Some guy said, "Can you guys review Bassem Youssef's Israel debate on valuetainment?" I don't know. I don't want to see anything about that guy anymore. Yeah, honestly.
No, I like him. I just was not familiar with that he was on valuetainment.
No, I hate him. Carson Death said, as a Jew, I've debated Christian missionaries. Muslim apologetics are weak AF. By the way, check out the Khazaria by Yehuda Halevi, originally written in Arabic. You are now the third person recommending that to me. No, actually, I think it was you are the second, and you recommended it to me before that Syrian thing. I shall do so. I shall do so, yes. Muslim apologetics are weak AF, indeed, I agree. Sheba said swap A and E in his name would be more fitting. Whose name?
Daniel's?
Oh, denial, okay.
Oh, denial, I get it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Like the river. Jonathan Acosta said, it's not bestiality if the shepherds give permission.
Jonathan, we're stealing that one, and we're never going to get credit. We're never going to credit you. We're just going to say it from now on. Anytime we're talking about Fareed, it's not bestiality if the shepherds give permission.
That was a good one. That's a good one. For context, this is referring to Fareed saying, how is it rape if there is parental consent? Or how is it child rape if there is parental consent? Islamic apologetics, what a religion. Velvet Jazz said 2 Peter 3:3, knowing this, first of all, that scoffers will come in the last days with scoffing, following their own sinful desires. AP, I truly admire your patience and relentless logic throughout. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trying to do good. Zainab Al-Harith said it was so hard listening to Haiqatjou. I know.
Guys, let's not make fun of his name, whose name is Haiqatjou.
Yeah. Be respectful. Prono22 said gifted 5 Apostate Prophet memberships. Hey, they're very nice, very nicely generous. That's very good. Very cool. Drug Jackal made a super chat of $100. Thank you for this contribution and this help to this channel. Danny, you look so David, you look like you want to go to sleep. I've learned and laughed so much from you all. Thank you. Alhamdulillah, Dawah, Deception, Sheepgate, Golden Showers, Avalanche of Apostasy, Only Goat, Sustenance in the Muddy Pool. I choose the cow, perfect preservation. We are proud of that. Galatians 1:8-9.
That is the most hashtags I've ever seen in a super chat.
In my entire life. Yeah. I've learned and laughed so much from you all. Thank you. This sounds like goodbye. I don't know. I appreciate it. Beatrice said, glad you're better, AP. Thank you. Daniel made me better with his miraculous fail in this debate. Shio said Daniel was clearly intellectually outmatched. He should have called in Sir Whitemeat a true scholar. Reznov, he also brought up the tired 40 beheaded babies argument, which he proved himself wrong on by quoting you as saying some. Yep. I asked him for his source of, he said, you also spread the 40 beheaded baby story. I said, do you have evidence for that? And then he actually mentioned a tweet from me where I say that there are reports confirmed of children and babies killed, some of them beheaded. He used that as evidence that I spread the 40 beheaded baby story and wouldn't understand the difference. The guy is helpless. Based International Show said, great debate, AP. Why is jihad more prevalent in Europe than in Canada? Demographics, culture, governments, keep up the good fight, gentlemen, because Europe is close to the Islamic world, but soon it will come to Canada too.
Yep. It's numbers. It's easier to get to. They have higher percentages, and basically the higher the percentage goes, the more they will shift from peace and tolerance to terror and eventually towards Sharia. That's the goal.
Inshallah, soon it will also come to Canada and to the United States of America. Inshallah, we'll make it happen. Hu Jintao said, so this guy's prophet effed a 9-year-old and he defends it, but it isn't okay for him to have a ham sandwich.
That is correct.
That's correct. That's exactly, that about captures the whole situation. Gordon's Bulldozer said, how's the Discord setup doing? I asked because I would like to talk with y'all and declaring jihad on my wallet. That's nice. That's a good idea. We'll look into it. Glasper, AP, okay, cool, Daniel, but why don't you back it up with a source? Clown, my source that I made it up. Yep, that's how it went. Beatrice, they're just revenging our dear Farfour. Sheba said the special lesson needs to be clipped so we can replay it every time we encounter this stupidity. Yep. Once was a man that liked little girls. The eyes of the anus, fetish of semen, and pedo marriage created a religion and became famous. And this is good. You should write that down. It's good. Beatrice, if Israel is not the only responsible for what happened, then how come the eyes are the strip of the anus? Good. That's a good point, Beatrice. Thank you. I will make a note of that and look into it. Sancho Panza said, leather straps. You see the proof for the inside jokes are so wonderful. I love you guys. I know it's what's been.
We have the best inside jokes ever on this channel.
The best inside jokes. I have the best jokes inside. Gordon's Bulldozer, to be early is on time. To be on time is to be late. To be late is not to be there at all. Denzel Washington from Drumline. Never seen it, but yeah. Fetor Mefitis said, James wouldn't read my super chat, so I say it here again. Daniel needs to adjust his noise gate on his mic. When he speaks, all I can hear are the product for very loose leather straps. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sheba, that's like using juice. Jesus washed their feet as proof that Jesus had a foot fetish. Kind of like that. But it's actually worse. It's actually worse what Daniel is doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Merck says, I'm Haiqatjou's favorite troll. Many thanks me for the laughs, guys. That's good. He deserves all of it. He deserves all the trolls in the world. NBGS-TV said, if I could recall correctly, Haiqatjou kept referring to a Mishnah Talmud, which is not a thing. There is Mishnah Torah and there's Talmud. Somebody pointed out that he made a mistake there. So there is a... the Mishnah Torah is, I believe, the book by Maimonides, which is his interpretation. I don't know if he mentioned it correctly or incorrectly. I think he might have represented it correctly. I don't remember him saying Mishnah Talmud, so that might be a mistake here. Yeah, seems okay. Seems okay. Seems all right. He just didn't know how to interpret it. That's the problem. Emichka said the Ynet article describes an alleged order that was given at noon. The massacre, however, started at 6:30 in the morning. The timeline in the source Haiqatjou himself brings up disproves his claim. Exactly. But he's slippery.
He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop.
That's the problem here. Red Olympus said, I think Mansour is Daniel. I do believe so too, and also there is no proof to the contrary. Therefore,
zero proof against it.
Yeah, therefore it's true. Yeah, I would say both are responsible.
You think Judaism is responsible equally with Islam?
No, I would say Judaism is definitely also responsible for the conflict, but in a good way, where Islam is responsible in a bad way. Because if the ideals of the Jewish movement of Zionism came into full fruition as they were, there would be a peaceful nation in Israel. Whereas if the Islamic ideals came into full fruition, there would be the genocide of Jews. By the way,
texts I read, the Jewish texts I read talk about the elimination of all religion.
No, they don't, you idiot.
What a stupid
imbecile.
Imbeciles.
You imbecile. This is what you get because you're not reading. You're not reading your sources.
What kind of Muslim are you? You're sitting there watching Netflix. Brother, I have doubts.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah.
Why are you stuttering?
Yeah.
Religions talk about the genocide of idolaters, talk about how there should be no religion except Judaism on earth.
Yeah.
These are the things that I read you. So
this is so stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Pretty sure in Judaism, the idea about the future as interpreted is that God has a plan for all the nations or for the Gentiles. So which is why, by the way, Jews are not supposed to proselytize. They're supposed to, follow God's laws and be an example, and ensure by the most ancient, I guess by the only concept that he could appeal to, ensure that the people follow the Noahide laws, but also that in the future God has a plan for everybody, and that God will play out his plan. There is no such thing as eradicating everyone who's not a Jew. Where in the world does he get this from? This is so stupid.
You're not dealing with the top brass here.
Man.
Judaism is successful, and Israel is successful. Those are the things that will come into fruition.
Yeah,
Islam allows for the existence of other religions, and
it allows for them as slaves and stuff. That's what Islam is.
Yeah.
Time to discuss.
There's one coming in from, do appreciate your question. AM says, never forget how Israel funded Al-Qaeda in Syria. Any thoughts?
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, this is actually surprised me. He said he doesn't know anything about that. I would expect some.
Yeah, you would expect him to go, yes, and I'm sure if I did a quick search, I would find an article that I could misread about that.
Yeah, how about I find something? How about let me read this article. Maybe I will find something in there. Islamist groups like ISIS or Al Qaeda.
There is evidence of ISIS.
Fidel R said, AP, why do you only give the most generous interpretation for Judaic theology of Gentiles? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm giving the explanation.
That's the same moron who was spouting stuff earlier. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's very funny if you adopt a very ill-intentioned, misinformed, and hostile interpretation of things, and then you accuse those who don't share your interpretation of only adopting the most generous or only adopting the most, the good interpretations. That's on you. That's on you, not on me, bro. That's the problem. Yeah.
ISIS apologizing for Israel for accidentally attacking one of their soldiers or one of their bases.
There's also evidence that
ISIS apologized to Israel for that.
There's also evidence of ISIS directly attacking and celebrating Israel. So, yeah.
This one coming in from Matters Now.
But that was, you see, I contradict himself. That means Judaism is responsible. David, anything else you want to say?
Stay away from Islam.
We're still here for another 4 hours, man.
Oh, okay. We should just go for 24 hours straight one day.
Yeah, that's
is that allowed. Is that allowed on YouTube?
Yeah, but they
is there any limit?
I think it only shows 8 hours out of that. You can actually go forever. You can go let a live stream go on forever, but it only keeps the first 8 hours or something saved. I think. I don't know how it works.
And read Elon Pop. Read what they say about the treatment of Palestinians and Arabs in Israel.
This was a very funny thing. When I talked to him about when he talked to me about how Islam tolerates the existence of other religious groups, I said that the dhimmi laws are very oppressive. So yes, of course, Islam does allow other groups to exist, but it oppresses them. It doesn't treat them as equal citizens. He then said, well, it's better than dying. It's better than getting killed. That was his response to that, David. That was his response to that. So the dhimmi system was, well, it's better than getting killed. That was his response. Now look at this. Now look at this.
They're posing as a Palestinian Muslim. They said, since you claim Israel is this utopia, I dare you to make a visit. They're posing as a Palestinian Muslim and see how they treat you for no reason. A puss.
As a Palestinian, how do you... Palestinians have been working, employed, many of them in Israel forever, including Gazan Palestinians, by the way, crossing the border every day and going there to work. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, notice how delusional that person in that question was, right? They think if you're a Palestinian, they're just gonna beat you to death there. But there are Palestinians who go to work there every day.
Yeah,
like they live in the West Bank, but they work in Israel and they want those jobs because they pay better.
But they get shot every day. Every day on their way to work, they get murdered. Every day they get murdered on their way to work, and then also on their way back they get murdered again. That's what happens.
I've been murdered 7 times this week. It's so awful. The Jews got me.
I've been murdered 14 times. So this is a very interesting, by the way, crossing the border every day and going there to work. So this is a very interesting.
Yeah, they have to go through like a checkpoint where they're
they have to go for a checkpoint. Oh my goodness, how could they have to go through a check? How could people you got a bunch of terrorists on that side of the fence? How could you actually make people go through a checkpoint to make sure they don't have bombs?
Yeah, why don't they give them tanks and
airports? By the way, I was there and they were explaining the system that they have, and they said that the actual best way to detect bombs and not have to strip search everyone because they don't want to. They said because we don't want to tell Muslim women and stuff to have to take their clothes off and stuff like that. They say and they're sensitive about X-rays and stuff like that because they think you're checking out their bodies and stuff. So they said the best way to detect bombs is dogs who've been trained to sniff for bomb making materials. Right, the dogs can pick up on that stuff. And they said, but Muslims don't like dogs. So what they do is you through the checkpoint, you have to actually walk through this tunnel, which is vacuuming this air that's being circulated. And as you're walking through it, the air is being funneled to the dogs. The dog sniff it, and the dog will actually alert as you're walking through the tunnel. Hey, I smell some bomb making material. But it's like,
what the hell?
They're taking all these steps. Okay, you guys don't like being X-rayed. You guys don't like dogs around you and stuff like that. Fine. They've got the dogs in another room sniffing the air in another room. It's like they're taking all the steps they could possibly take to avoid hurting the feelings of people. But they still have to check for their bombs. And Daniel think that's just horribly degrading that they have to check them.
Israel, in response to October 7th, declared war. When they said, we issue warnings now for people to evacuate, they said, how dare they give evacuation orders? How dare they? This is literally ethnic cleansing. This is terrible. When they allowed Gaza, when they gave Gazans a way to evacuate and even accompany them, they're like, how dare they do this? This is literally humiliation. When they went in to provide sustenance and provide different things of help. They're like, how dare they do this? Why won't they just do something else? When they went to the hospital to allow the transfer of babies out of the Gaza, they were like, how dare they do this? Look at this. This is what kind of the monsters they are. It never works.
Yeah, it kind of seems like no matter what Israel does, they're going to complain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like no matter what they actually do, they can bend over backwards all day long, and these guys will still complain.
I mean, if Israel was the way they describe Israel, in response to October 7, with the rage, with how upset everyone was, with the hostages they still have, Israel would be carpet bombing all of Gaza. Completely. Killing everyone, having no regard for anybody at all. Not having evacuation zones, not saying, okay, we're going to bomb this area, we're going to operate here. Not having warning blasts to make people aware, uh-oh, there's something coming. They wouldn't do any of these things. They would just be bombing. Cypress Hill is apparently, while we were talking here for 20 minutes, people have been playing for half an hour. People have been playing Everyone is Palestinian.
Cypress Hill. Inside on the membrane. This is Palestine. Or you could go with Gaza. Gaza would fit better. This is Gaza.
Yeah. Allah's shin is Palestinian. Chairs are Deadpool is Palestinian. That makes sense. Yeah.
Sometimes they're taken into dungeons. They have to go through checkpoint after checkpoint.
There are no dungeons in Israel, bro. What are you talking about?
They're shot.
They have to go through checkpoints. Such a shame.
They are taken literally to hell down there.
Yeah.
They take them to hell.
Daniel, why do people have to go through these devices? Same reason we have to go through devices to go on a plane trip here. Terrorists. Maybe you've heard of them.
Fun. They go there to have fun because they like doing checkpoints. They like checkpoints. There are no dungeons in Israel. I don't know what
the dungeons. They have to go through checkpoint after checkpoint. There are specific streets that are.
It's just checkpoints. Like they start going into Israel and there's like checkpoint. They spend half the day going through checkpoints. Then they arrive at work. Then they work for 1 hour. Then they go back again.
No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I got to get back to the checkpoints.
Israeli only and Arab only. So if you're Arab and you're trying to get to work, you can't drive on certain streets because they're Israeli only. That's the apartheid system that has been implemented within Israel in this supposed democracy.
Without fact-checking this, let's assume that you are right. Your response to the dhimmi system, where Jews and Christians are treated as secondary citizens, with very big oppressions and double standards, by the way.
Force them to the narrowest part of the road.
Look. Very big oppressions and double standards, by the way, was, well, it's better than getting killed.
No, there's a very critical difference between the dhimmi system and the apartheid system of Israel. Apartheid system of Israel is racial. It is on the basis of being an Arab. Whereas in Islam, you can convert to Islam and you don't have to have any kind of second-class treatment. You convert, and it doesn't matter what race you are. But the Jewish system is racial. If you are not a Jew, you are subhuman, and you are not given the same rights. You don't have the right to life. You don't have the right to property. You can be defrauded according. If you're
saying Israeli Arabs are oppressed and don't have the same rights.
They're oppressed racially, yeah, and they don't have a right to life.
Israeli Arabs.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
This is why there's every year. No idea what you're talking about. Every year there are Arab Israelis who are killed, and the settlers who kill them, or the Israelis who kill them.
There are plenty of Israeli Arab activists, and by the way, Israeli Arabs serving in the government and having their own parties in the parliament, being in all kinds of positions because they technically have equal rights. There are pro-Israel activists who are Israeli Arabs. You can even see some of them on Twitter, like Yosef Haddad is one of them. I guess Daniel would go to that guy and would be like, why are you an Israel advocate? You are oppressed, you're an Arab. And he's like, no, I'm not oppressed as well. No, you are oppressed, you're a liar, you are oppressed, they're oppressing you because of your race. That's basically what's happening here. This guy's ridiculous.
The Jews who kill them are not prosecuted. Why?
One of
Because
the-
a Jew is never prosecuted
One
for
of the
killing
most
a non-Jew.
one of the most pro-Zionist loyal group in Israel is the Arab Druze community.
Yeah, so we can
This
talk to
one.
them about how they're treated. Read is
Yeah, we should talk to them how they're treated. This is also, I started a plan because of this, to have a chat with a Druze from Israel to ask them how they're treated, since that was Daniel's suggestion. This guy's dumb, stupid. Marcos Zabora said, "Man, sewer does not use frontal lobe of brain." That's true. It's true. Chloe, yeah, Daniel's evil last blaming Yehudis for October 7. It made me frustrated. That's why I showed that clip, followed by brave partygoer throwing back nades. Yeah, yeah. There is a video of them throwing grenades into a literal bunker, a shelter.
Yeah. By the way, I was looking up those roads. That's total nonsense. There are certain areas that are prohibited to Palestinian traffic, but they're open to, as far as Israeli citizens, they're open to people of all faiths, including Muslims. So it's based on you're from it. You're not from this. You're not from this country. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's completely false. It's not at all based on your. In other words, these restricted roads that Daniel's referring to, Muslims can drive up and down them all day long.
That's why I brought up Israeli Arabs, because according to his description, Israeli Arabs would then be oppressed and don't have the same rights and can't drive on certain roads because of their race. That's what he's implying when he says it's race-based, but it's not, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. The thing is, he got so passionate about this whole Israel-Hamas war. He jumped into it. He got some responses, some approval, and he wants to run with it and act like he knows something, and he doesn't. I'm happy he did this debate with me.
By the way, and there are roads that Israelis are not allowed to drive on.
Well, that's racism, because it's because Israel hates Jews. That's why. Fantasy world. The Jew in Haiqatjou said David Wood should eat magic mushrooms and lock himself in a room with Daniel Haiqatjou for about 6 hours. I promise Haiqatjou comes out as a Buddhist. That makes sense.
I will.
You will do that. Okay, good. Cool. Admin Kill said, I hear Haiqatjou, think of Pikachu in my head. That's very offensive. Don't do that. Watched the debate. Had never seen a debate where someone lied as much as Daniel did. He came close to beating Zakir Naik's 25 lies within 5 minutes. I genuinely believe that Daniel Haiqatjou, with his overconfidence on matters, came into this debate thinking, oh, I know what's happening. I know what's going on, because since October 7, I started reading a little bit and, looking at headlines and Muslims on Twitter saying, "Oh yeah, what a good job."
I read many tweets. I read many tweets by Jake Shields, and I watched. I watched dozens of Nick Fuentes videos, and so I'm fully equipped.
Also, I know about this one good Jew. What's the name? Norman Finkelstein. He agrees with me, so that's a good source. I know a lot of stuff about this conflict now. I'm ready to debate anybody.
Especially when I got my security blanket wrapped around me.
And then he goes into a debate, and here, this is the Dunning-Kruger effect right here for you. The Dunning-Kruger effect on clear display. I thought I had a sound for that.
More like the Dumming-Kruger effect.
More like the Daniel Kruger effect. Wait, I thought I had a sound of Mohammed Hijab saying Dunning-Kruger effect, you imbeciles. Anyway, watch the debate. Yes, true. Christopher said it's ironic how if you flip Allah's name in Arabic to the left, it makes the number 3. You see, the Trinity in Islam confirmed. Powerful stuff. This is proof. See, I kind of do think that there is an argument for Islam or for God or something, I don't know, for Allah in this whole situation. When Daniel Haiqatjou comes in, like the whole time he doesn't want to debate me about the whole Islam thing and all of that, then he suddenly gets pushed into debating me on this very topic, and he fails brutally. And his whole arrogance and behavior for many years then comes back to him in such a crushing way. And it feels like there is some divine justice at play here, David.
No, you're wrong. Go ahead.
Okay. NBGS TV said Rabbi Wolpe of Los Angeles and the Harvard Divinity School would be a great guest too. I actually talked to him I messaged with him.
Man, you never chatted from anybody. You chat with no rabbi.
I chatted with him a long time ago, and he said he would be interested in joining me for a conversation, but at that time he was a little bit too busy, is what he said. I think that was years ago. I should get in touch with him again. The guy is interesting.
Yeah, because I'm sure he's not busy at all now.
Yeah. He had a debate with Sam Harris and others or something. He's a very nice guy. Marcos Zamora said, Mansoor is said, stop making fun of people. It's not good. Ari Wasserman said, Haiqatjou looks like he's only getting 50% when gets caught lying about the trajectory. Kind of in the mood for some Quran. Clouds are Palestinian. Chinese people are Palestinian. My toilet is Palestinian. Tom Cruise is Palestinian. This chat. Neil said, if Jake Shields had to choose between the truth and a goat, he will choose the goat. Yeah. Ari Wasserman, I only got 20% off from Viagra.
You got robbed.
Viagra, sorry, not Viagra. Huh. You got robbed. You should contact Alidawa and the marketing team of Alidawa. Black Angela AP is posing 24/7 in front of the mirror since the debate. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. That's what they do. Oh, yeah. I'm singing in the rain. That's what I've been singing since the debate. Corruptor of the Land said, if I thought they get it, I'd suggest Daniel and Co. study the Talmud in order to learn critical thinking skills. Are you insane? Are you insane? He did. He would never understand it. He can't understand a simple sentence that he reads on a news site. How do you expect him to understand any of that? I mean, you have it right here. Let me pull this up. Let's see. Let us see.
Now, how many IDF soldiers have been killed in the past 2 months? The number is shocking when you compare it to 20 years in Afghanistan. Estimate is about 3,000. 3,000 IDF soldiers have been killed.
Wait, go back. What did that article say?
The article says the number of Hamas fighters killed is difficult to determine, but the IDF said up to 3,000 met their end by November 1st. The article is talking about Hamas fighters killed, not about IDF fighters killed.
And what did you
this is the same guy who is interpreting the Talmud for us. He can't interpret a sentence from a source that he's quoting, that he's citing, but he's very knowledgeable of the Talmud.
Alhamdulillah. The trajectory is Palestinian.
There's been 3,000 IDF soldiers that have been liquidated.
Now, I know reading is not for everyone, especially Daniel Haiqatjou. He wouldn't want to learn about those pesky facts that could get in the way of his agenda. So let's help him out here a bit. Daniel, this article does not say 3,000 IDF soldiers have died. This is the IDF estimating how many Hamas fighters have died. Just read the text in front of you. The actual amount of IDF soldiers who've been killed since October 7th is closer to 500. Maybe, Daniel, you should use Google more. It might prevent...
Now, how...
Should use Google more.
You see, Google.
See, he said Google. He trusts Google. How dare you trust Google? I actually brought this up in the conversation. What was that? What was it? 3,000? Oh yeah, 3,000. Let's see. You see. Article. If you are aware, but It looks like you don't understand simple English statements here, and this is not a big surprise because you recently cited an article which says that the IDF confirms that 3,000 Hamas militants have been killed. You made a video posting that and said this article confirms that 3,000 IDF soldiers were killed, which is so weird. How would you read the article, you put it on the screen, you highlighted it. You said, according to their own sources, 3,000 IDF soldiers were killed. And the article actually says 3,000 Hamas militants were killed. Are you aware?
May have been an editing mistake. But your statement, you're pushing.
That's not editing, Daniel.
This is a lie. This is you can't possibly get to this explanation. That can't be an editing mistake. That's a lie because he's speaking it out. He's making the statement, the false statement, and then the text is being used to back up that statement. So the statement is wrong. It is wrong. So either he misunderstood what he read, and later they put that on the screen, or he just made it up and then they used that text. An editing mistake? What are you talking about? How is this an editing? How is it even possible for this to be an editing mistake? It's not possible.
Pushing the 40 dead baby myth, you haven't retracted that. You doubled down on it.
Actually,
you doubled down it.
Actually,
okay. So now you do retract.
No, I didn't retract. I actually explained it very well, and it's
so
right
you.
Here.
What do you mean you didn't retract it?
It's right. The guy doesn't understand that if I didn't make a statement, then surprised because there's no need to retract it. Babies killed, some beheaded, or did I say 40 babies were beheaded?
You said reports of 40 babies killed, some of them beheaded. Is confirmed. Yeah. You spread that.
Good.
You spread that.
So I didn't say. I didn't say 40 babies were beheaded. Good.
Yes, fantastic. You did. You said 40 babies, some of them beheaded. Yeah. That's the entire propaganda that you were spreading. Now we know that it's not 40 babies.
You can't.
Now we know.
And by the way, notice because this goes back to the issue. Notice, you can't be trusted because you said this thing when it was breaking news and so on, and you said what was being reported. This is a guy who every time he quotes anything and we go to it is wrong.
Yes.
Every time. And we're not talking about breaking news and more information comes in later and he says, hey, the breaking news was this, but no more information. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the Catholic Encyclopedia says this, and it says the opposite of what he's saying. My goodness, this is it's weird. It's weird. It's the same thing that like hijab will do. Remember, he's talking to Ayan Hirsi Ali, and he's like, oh, she has a wrong citation in her book. This is why you should never trust her. It's like, dude, you and all your buddies constantly get everything you're saying factually wrong, and we're supposed to still trust you. It's weird.
Mohammed Hijab did even worse. He said, Ayan Hirsi Ali, or Ayan Megan, that's what her name is. She wrote in her book that Muslims worship Muhammad. We don't worship Muhammad. She doesn't even know the basics. When Ayan Hirsi Ali says that Muslims worship Muhammad, what she's saying is not that they literally deliberately
saying exactly what
Muhammad.
She's saying exactly what I would say. Muslims worship Muhammad. You do. You absolutely do. Not in an intentional way that you realize you're worshiping. We're just saying that that's the reality, right? When you say, hey, say whatever you want about Allah, we don't care. But Muhammad will kill you over Muhammad. It's clear what's going on.
These people can't think. They can't.
And notice, even according to Mohammed Hijab himself, what does he say? What in that video we've gone through a million times? Yes, according to the Quran, it would be halal. He says that according to the Quran, it would be halal to have sex with a 5-year-old. But we know from the Hadith that you should wait a little longer. Okay. Muhammad himself said that if Allah says something is halal and you listen to a man tell you otherwise, you're worshiping the man. Who's the man who convinced you to wait longer? Muhammad. So you're worshiping Muhammad according to Muhammad.
Mahmoud. If I had to choose between Allah and Muhammad, I would choose the cow. Corrupter of the land said, I thought they'd get it. I suggest Daniel and Co study the Talmud. Yeah, yeah. Ida Rogozin made a super chat, super shekels. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hector said, I tried Viagra. I am now attracted to goats.
That's what it does. That's why he sells that one.
Ida Rogozin said, here's some shekels to buy you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh, here, look, this was after I asked for, I said, where is my money?
Finally.
Then finally the shekels came in here.
Give us some money, Lebowski.
Rachel S. said, here's some money from Israel. You're already accused of taking the money, so might as well do it. Seriously, thank you so much from Israel, and Daniel can go F himself. Thank you. Thank you. What a satisfying super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Rachel. And yeah, I do this because I want to get paid by Israel. The Jew in Haiqatjou said that baby's birthday was yesterday, by the way. Oh yeah, the baby turned 1 yesterday in captivity. Somebody pointed out earlier and said, when Daniel Haiqatjou said you don't want to upset your donors, when he asked me the question, I should have just said, I would get rid of Christianity because I don't want to upset my Jewish donors. Just to mess with him.
That'd be funny.
Sure,
Yeah, been classic.
Crystal said, what makes a good liar is when the liar partially believes their own lie. Unfortunately, Daniel believes everything he says. That's the problem. It's like sometimes even a not so stupid person can be so brainwashed by their own brainwashing that they become stupid because they limit their own mind. Maybe that is the case here, because I don't believe that Daniel is actually really this stupid. I just don't believe it. I don't know. I just don't believe it. I think he is kind of stupid by subjecting himself to this incredible stupidity that he believes in. Vinny the Pooh said, here's some shekels, definitely not from Mossad. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to run through these. I went to Jew school. I learned Rebecca was 3. I learned she was 55.
You should open the Bible and take a look.
Pikachu, I choose the cow. A few shekels for AP because of DW.
Thanks.
Thank you. They're talking about Daily Wire because it's Daily Wire. Or David Wood. I don't know. Immortal 17 said Musa Adnan had to sneakily hand signal a backstage guy to kick Bram Karash after he left Ali's speeches in a debate about treating women in Islam. Nice. I don't know what that means, but yes. Next, Nick said this is the best channel in refuting Islam. Oh, hi, David. Great disrespectful. Big Rick, the Muslim skeptic, doesn't being a skeptic require at least some critical thinking? No. And the ability to reason. Muslim skeptic seems like an oxymoron to me. No. How dare you? Seed of Iblis said, how long do you think it would take for Daniel to if he was locked in a room with a bagel?
2 seconds.
Yeah. Maddie became a YouTube member. Thank you for joining the club. Immortal 17 said, I don't think 13-year-olds are unfair on Pikachu since he's not into ancient women. That's true. That's true. They're too old. If you had to choose between my shekels and the cow, what would you choose? Sending love and support to you both. Shalom aleichem. Thank you, Hunting Shark. I would choose the cow because it's probably worth more, and then I would sell it.
I would choose the shekels because you can always just buy a cow if you get enough.
Oh, that's true. See, there's just a different way of thinking. Yes. We would have to fight over that. Corners Bulldozer said Daniel is John Tron's evil twin. Yes, that's true. Whatever John Tron is. Next Zakanak said, I think Daniel's soulmate is Rosie's corner. She is. The stuff that I heard from her is smarter than what I heard from Daniel Haiqatjou in this debate, I have to say.
They both love defending child marriage, tell you that.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Malcolm Palm said, I watched the debate between AP and Aladawa yesterday. He is a certified fool. That was a disaster, man.
Oh, get the grapes.
Get a little bit, eat some grapes, yeah. Yeah, this tastes good, yeah.
That was his debate.
Notice that was part of the planning, right? It's like,
oh, look, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have the debate, yeah? And I want you to come over, smiles to Jenna, and be feeding me grapes.
Yeah, let me get some grapes. Yeah, would it taste beautiful? Yeah.
That will be so powerful.
What is powerful? He'll be
No,
humiliated.
by the way,
if I eat grapes.
notice how that ties into what we were talking about, Daniel. It's like, okay, I'm going into this. How am I going to throw AP off? And that's how all these guys roll. Muhammad Hijab, I'm going to go in there, start talking about your daughter. Oh! And Ali Dawah, oh, but they's not going to know what to do about the grapes. It's just never a concept of let's actually have a debate where we share the information and let people make their come to their own conclusions.
And that is why I went into this debate thinking I'm going to throw him off because this is the way they operate. And I thought, you know what? I tried being nice, but now I'm going to speak their language. And you see how he couldn't handle it, right? Big Rick said they'll realize the Kaaba is pagan, then say the prophecy came true, you see. That makes sense. Hosta Mahogi said, Bismillah walhamdulillah. David and AP, your words are so elegant and precise that you left me no choice but to abandon the Quran and leave Islam. David Wood is the true prophet, alhamdulillah.
Powerful.
Powerful stuff. I'm the prophet, though. David is the co-prophet. Immortal 17 became a YouTube member. Thank you for joining the cult. Together we will dominate the world and subjugate everyone. Jean K. Capra said, hello, I can't stay because it's the middle of the night for me. How dare you? Is there any way to contact David Wood?
Yeah, you just did right here. Hi, Jean.
Yep. Otherwise, you can just try to contact David Wood. David, how can people contact you if they want to contact you? So
they can go to the Answering Islam website and look up my name. It's got my email address there.
Powerful. Joshua Wooden said sexual immorality. I deliberately misread it. Sexual immorality is so bad. Why is ASA and CSA capitals of the world, Afghanistan and Pakistan? Not that Dawa needs evidence. They need not washed brains. ASA and CSA.
Animals, sex acts or something like that?
Yeah, and child.
Camel? Oh.
No, it's child. In Afghanistan, they do child-loving stuff. Hosta Mahogi said when Daniel Haiqatjou said yeah, it was just like AP getting David Wood to say yeah when he asked if Islam was true. Yeah, yeah. Jeremy Mott, Danny Pikachu's stupidity level is over 9,000. That's a good meme.
Over 9,000!
It's a good meme. How do you even know that? Aren't you too old?
Me and Nabil watched that like 9,000 times.
Seriously? You watched Dragon Ball?
No, we didn't watch that. That was a popular little YouTube clip. Someone edited it and made it like way funnier.
Oh, okay. I see. So you are too old. Okay, that makes sense. Brecht said, I love David Wood. AP is okay too. I'm going to ban Brecht here.
We said you're okay.
Not enough. I'm going to ban Brecht here. Thank you. Thank you for being him. Stefan the Palthot said, if the trajectory continues as it is, Dawa in the future is not necrophilia if they are too shy to respond. It could lead to that.
It's not necrophilia if the mortician consents.
How is it necrophilia if the mortician consents to it? You can't even debunk this. You're stupid. Revelation 1:18 said, I got a name for us, the fans, the Woody Prophets.
Yeah. Or the Prophet Woodies.
Yeah, or the Prophet Wood. Joshua Wooden said, speaking of Wooden, I challenged Nutter to debate after saying everyone is running from the scientific miracles. This is the worst Islamic claim Ali Dawah debunked. Yeah. I had a debate a long time. My first debate with a Muslim apologist was actually, I think, Nader Ahmed, scientific mistakes or something. And I don't know. It was my first debate and the guy was just terrible. I guess I chose the right opponent. Emmett Donkey Doodle said, for someone that cries about taking the Quran out of context, Daniel literally took every verse he quoted from his source completely out of context.
Yeah, it's not just verses. Yeah, it's any sentence he quotes from anything he doesn't understand.
Yeah, if you say hello, he will use that out of context too. Hello. Oh, look at this. Here's a part.
for Daniel, why are Muslims always taking verses and scriptures of the Bible out of context and not separating the stories and ways of the Old Testament away from the New Testament?
I don't know about the Old Testament. I never take anything out of context.
Oh
I
my
cite
goodness.
verses
Oh my
within,
goodness. You cracked up laughing there.
I cited
After taking everything out of context for 3 hours and misrepresenting and twisting every single thing that he mentioned, he says, I never take anything out of context. God, how could I not burst out?
Context. I cite
and ways of the Old Testament away from the New Testament.
I don't know about the Old Testament. I never take anything out of context. I cite the verses within this debate. I cited multiple sources, none of which AP could respond to. Ridvan couldn't respond to a single citation.
None of those are out of context. Look, he knows he's lying. Look at him grinning.
One passage within the Mishnah Torah, but everything else that I cited, he has nothing to say other than, oh, this is just out of context. I presented all of the context. So this is just an apologetic to get out of the shocking things. Like everyone is shocked about these passages and how.
Hold on. I think he doesn't know what the what Mishnah Torah is.
Everything else that I cited, he had to condemn one passage within the Mishnah Torah, but everything else that I cited, he has nothing to say other than, oh, this is just out of context. I presented all of the context. So this is just an apologetic.
As far as I remember, my only response to anything he cited from the Talmud or from Jewish scriptures was a response to something from the Talmud, from the Mishnah. And he said that I responded to something from the Mishnah Torah, which is the book by Maimonides. Those are different things. I don't know. I don't want to say that he's being ignorant here, but I need to review the context here again. I don't want to take anything out of context. GPT is Palestinian, porn is Palestinian, pork is Palestinian, GPT is Palestinian, Mishnah is Palestinian, Frank Rock is Palestinian, Jody is Palestinian, why are you stuttering AP, Sofia Vergara is Palestinian, whoever, Josephus is Palestinian, Yoda is... That's good. That's good, David. Look at that comment. Yeah. Jack said, bye, guys. See you on time tomorrow. Oh, you see you on time is indeed. I won't be able to go live or anything tomorrow. And I
think I'll be on Derek's channel at some point. So your brother in Christ.
Oh, yeah. I will probably. I'm not sure if I will be able to go live on Saturday either. We have to talk about that. I'll see. But then we'll check. Talmudic tongues are Palestinian, said Ari Wasserman. Immortal 17, Kanye West is Palestinian. Yeah. That makes sense since he's also a Nazi. Deja Vu Disciple said conclusion. Daniel is master debater. Yeah. Yeah, the whole time that's what he was doing. K.Apologetics said Kyle Brovlovsky is Palestinian. Yep. Master debater said Farfur and Daniel collab in Gaza kindergarten. T-Rex is Palestinian. Adam and Steve were Palestinian. Fidel Air said AP and David, would you point out the things said about non-believers in Quran and Hadith? Why aren't you thorough about theology of Gentiles in historic Jewish thought, such as found in the Zohar? Who in the hell looks at the Zohar to talk about the view of Gentiles and this and that? Yeah. Daniel Haiqatjou brought up the same thing. The Zohar is a book about is a book about Kabbalah, about spirituality and mysticism and this and that.
By the way, this is the same dude who's who keeps bringing up the stuff.
Why? Do you even know what the Zohar is?
Yeah, I actually have it. I know you're asking him, but yeah, Fidel, I'll break it down in a simple explanation to where you can understand it. If we had 2 billion people who believed in a book that calls for my violent subjugation, my death, because I because I criticize it. AP's death because he left it and because he criticized it and so on. And these people are constantly bragging, hey, we're going to kill you. Hey, we're taking over. Hey, we're going to get you. Then I'd be concerned about it. All right. In other words, you've got 15 million Jews. What, like 60% of those are atheists? And among the ones who take the religion somewhat seriously, you have the Orthodox, you have the Reformed, you have a wide array of views. Who there is trying to subjugate me? Who there is saying they want to kill me? Who there is saying they want to kill AP? So we're actually under a number of death sentences, and we're constantly told by people that they actually want to carry out those death sentences when they get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And you're seriously asking why we respond to that and not to the Zohar? Really? You're asking that question makes sense in your head.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. That's what it is. That's what they do. Fidel, I don't think you know what the Zohar actually is. So
No.
maybe you should
No,
just look it
definitely
up.
doesn't. No, definitely doesn't.
Made a follow-up comment saying, are you saying the Zohar is not influential? No, it is influential. It is just not what you think it is. It's not even remotely similar to the Talmud, for example. Completely different genre, completely different purpose, completely different audience, completely different influence. It is mostly a book that was even rejected by lots of rabbis. By lots of rabbis. It was condemned by rabbis.
Madonna follows Kabbalah, so why aren't you responding to it? It's Madonna. Fidel is probably Daniel Haiqatjou too.
Maybe. So there's a lot of respect for it, but also a lot of internal disagreement and condemnation, and so on. Even I don't know, the most respected scholars, Maimonides, like would disagree with much of the contents of the Zohar. It is a Kabbalistic, spiritualist, mysticist book that deals with things beyond. I don't know, recently somebody said it's hard to find anything coherent in the Zohar, which is of course disrespectful to other Jews who respect it very much as a source of great information. But looking at this and choosing the Zohar out of everything to find stuff about the Gentiles, seriously, go play with dolls. Hector said the poison that killed Muhammad was Palestinian. It was. Muhammad was also Palestinian, by the way. Jameson said, ironically, everything he condemned Israel for doing, Muslims have done. He was condemning his own prophet without even realizing it. That's true. That's true. Daniel Alvarez, tame sheep that ate the Quran, was Palestinian. Ari Wasserman, guest reading isn't Palestinian. Fidel said the soul of a Jew and the soul of a non-Jew, an inconvenient truth and the search for an alternative. By Jewish academic, don't dismiss as neo-Nazi. You are a neo-Nazi, sorry. Gordon's Bulldozer said, John Tron is famous Persian-American YouTuber. Love thy neighbor. You're the man, AP. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. See, this is what you're doing, Fidel. This is why we dismiss dumb stuff like this, which is also why I dismissed Daniel Haiqatjou. We just sat here and went through the Talmud and what it is. And I said, even to Daniel Haiqatjou during the debate, you have these stupid double standards. I'm not going to sit here and discuss the Talmud and its meaning here with you, because you don't even understand what in the world it is. And I'm not going to explaining it to you nor expanding it with you.
Yeah, Fidel is a groiper, right? This is clearly a Nick Fuentes fan coming by here, and we already did a show on your hero Nick Fuentes.
Maybe it's Nick Fuentes.
But thank you for funding the channel.
Yeah, and by the way, Nicolas Fuentes himself, he was like, "Oh, the hell? Why don't they invite me on and let me talk for myself?" And we invited him, and he never we never heard from him again. So young wannabe Hitler is a coward as well. Jonathan is famous Persian American YouTuber. Oh, okay. I don't know that. I don't know any famous YouTubers. Ari Wasserman said, did Ali Doofus eat the grapes so he could get 72 raisins? That's what he did. Yeah. Quick question for AP and Dawood. Is there any wisdom teaching in Islam like proverb in Bible? Or something like fearing the Lord in the beginning of wisdom? Is the beginning of wisdom? No. Is there, David? Do you think there's anything of wisdom teachings?
There is zero wisdom in Islam. We could say that.
Yeah, I have to say there is some wisdom in the hadith. For example, when Muhammad mentions certain things, such as the eyes are the leather strap of the anus.
Well, that's true. That's Muhammad's most famous proverb.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. It has changed everyone's life. A cup of Indian tea and samosa said debate was perfect. Still, there was
It was the perfect debate.
The debate was perfect. Still, was there anything else you wish you would have liked to add to it? Just curious. Thank you, AP and David Wood. To be very honest, now there are very few people who say, AP, you could have defended or responded some of Daniel Haiqatjou's claims about Judaism and the Talmud and all of that more. For those, I generally would like to understand. I did exactly what I intended to do. I intended never even to acknowledge or to discuss with them. I showed this, like, I made notes of his opening speech, and I didn't even write down the things that he mentioned. I didn't even write down the Talmud, the Talmud course that he mentioned, and I'm going to admit it right here, because my whole purpose, except for a few that I had in my mind already, my whole purpose was to deflect from that and go into exposing Islam and his dishonesty, and then defend Israel. That's basically what I was going to do. I never had the intention of discussing the Talmud with him. I'm not going to do that. He can choose a scholar and do that and see what kind of an idiot he will look like then. He'll look even worse. But no, to your question, honestly, after almost every debate that I ever had with anyone, I thought, oh, I should have done this. I should have mentioned that. I should have done that. After this debate with Daniel Haiqatjou, I'm completely honest. There's not a single thing that I wish I would have added or said. I'm completely satisfied with the way it is, with its flaws and its good sides. It completely served the purpose. I did exactly what I wanted to do, and
we're proud of that.
Yeah, David, what do you think?
I haven't seen the debate, so how would I know?
Nobody has seen the debate. Yosef said Daniel is so pathetic he claims bestiality is kosher. He did that too, yeah. He also claimed that Jews are encouraged to rape non-Jews. How can you have a genuine discussion with this guy?
Pretty rough.
Immortal 17, how is it trafficking if Andrew Tate consents?
Indeed.
Grace, do you think Maimonides was a level-headed guy, or was Maimonides nuts got him? Maimonides nuts got him. Shut up, Grace. Okay, it says, do you think Maimonides was a level-headed guy, or was Maimonides nuts got him? Shut up. Yeah, why not both? Okay, anything else you want to add, David, before we ride into the sunset?
No. There's one thing I've noticed about the Dawa guys over the years is they come out and they've got some new shtick, and it works for a while, and then people catch on and people destroy it. And then, of course, the goal is to come up with a new Dawa guy a few years later who comes up with something new. But yep, I think people have Daniel's number now, and I don't think it's going to work anymore. Once people found out this guy doesn't know how to read sources accurately and can't trust anything he says, that's all he had going for him.
Yeah. You see, David Wood said shtick. This proves he's a Jew.
You see? Oy vey, why would you say that about me?
This proves he's a secret Jewish agent. Alhamdulillah, Allah exposed him. Doritos is Palestinian. That's nice. That's nice. It's pretty good. Okay. With that said, thanks everyone for watching. I'm nothing but happy with the debate, and I just want to thank Daniel Haiqatjou for making this possible.
Good job, Daniel. We know you're watching because you watch our stuff. You admitted it.
He's been sitting here for 4.5 hours just watching us talk about him, and nice done. Nicely done. And just so you know, Daniel, there is no redemption. If you're going to ask me for another debate, forget it. It's over.
No, we'll do what they do. Now, anytime anyone ever quotes Daniel for anything, would you say, "What are you talking about? You've been humiliated.
It's already been destroyed. Look at this.
his career is over. And every tweet he sends everyone, wait, I thought Daniel's career was destroyed. His career is over. What's he doing tweeting?
How is this guy still relevant? He's been destroyed already. Yeah. Daniel, get help, said somebody. Carfer said, Daniel, so sorry for your career. Corin Julia Polio said, Daniel, get help. Yeah. Daniel, stop it. Get some help. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. Oh, Brecht said, so is Islam an Arab religion or not racial? It is actually it is a sexual religion. All right. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Have a fantastic day. And remember the good old saying, as they used to say in my day.
Stay away from little kids.
Or stay away from Islam. Alhamdulillah.